In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Let's slide over a little bit more. Oh, I don't like looking at myself when I move sideways. Aaron, I don't like looking at you when you move in general. I got 10 pounds to lose, man. I bulked up over the summer. Something about getting away from junkies and drunks that makes you pack on the pounds, I guess. When you actually go and get groceries and you eat, I guess you get a little chunky. The weight needs to come down. It's an issue. But I'm up 10 from an all-time low. So I guess that's the cope. You go with that cope, and then you start gaining more weight. So today's Boxing Day. We'll drop a few. We'll eat better. Probably not good to have a turkey and cheese sandwich for breakfast. But I did. It's better than going to like McDonald's and shit. And really, that's the issue. The issue with me and getting sloppy titted are, going and grabbing the McDonald's or the Popeyes or the Slim Chickens or a stop to Quick Trip or somewhere like that. It's dude, it gets so bad. I lie to SP about what I'm doing when I get off the phone when I'm driving. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just going in to grab a vitamin water. Fucking that plus a goddamn chicken tenders and fries later. Son of a bitch. It really, just knock it off is what I'm trying to say. Just knock it off. It's at the point now, like where I went to the gym yesterday and I was like tired the rest of the day. I took a long nap. I woke up still tired, did the show, exhausted. But I was watching that damn Vince McMahon documentary and I couldn't get to sleep. It's good, man. It's like, a lot of the stuff. Like if you're a wrestling fan, you're not going to learn anything until about episode 5 or 6. But the other stuff is just like a trip down memory lane and it's kind of fun. I'm on episode 6 now. I fell asleep during the beginning of 6. And I think that's where they get into the sex shit. Because at the beginning of episode 6, they put this disclaimer up there. In January of 2024, Vince McMahon was found to be accused of sex trafficking, which you don't want to do. Be accused of or do it, really. And then it was, most of these interviews took place before that. Okay. So they didn't get Vince to go along with it. Hey, Vince, the whole people shitting on your secretary's chest thing. Care to comment? I don't think you see that. But then, again, I think 6 is the last episode. And that's the one I'm on. So welcome. Good morning. Fine. Oh, my. Why am I sucking in spit so much lately? Why can't I just breathe normal and speak to you? I don't understand it. It's me by myself. I was talking to someone yesterday after the evening show, and they said, you know what I like about the solo shows in the morning and in the evening? They said the chat is your co-host. The audience is your co-host. And the audience is funny. The audience is very good, and the audience adds a little pepper to what you're doing. So, welcome to our show together. Should we do more of these? I don't know. I like flexing that muscle. I like stretching those joints and whatever, you know, doing a solo show by myself, just getting my fucking train of thought out there. Tell you this, sometimes Matt comes up with wild shit, and you're like, how do you even respond to that? Like, Matt is central Minnesota sensibility at its finest. Like, Matt is just pound the table and yell racist shit. And it's like, but not like yell racist shit in my way, which is cute and fun, you know, and a little smirk and right? Matt says hardcore racist shit, and then you tell him, Matt, that's fucking racist. He'll go, what? What are you talking about? He'll get really mad. I don't know. I don't have the ability to get mad at that kind of stuff anymore. It's kind of refreshing. Like when I see Matt do it, I kind of go, oh man, I don't really do that anymore. I don't get mad about that sort of thing. That's just, I kind of take that as all kind of lumped in with the package that is America at this point. You know what I get excited about? The Vikings. I get excited about boxing night tonight. You know what else I get excited for? Taking the kids to the apple orchard this weekend. I love the annual apple orchard trip. Does that make me a gay single white chick? If it does, clam me up, Scotty. I like a good trip to the apple orchard. Let's go and hang out with you guys a little bit. Let's wrap. I got a Red Bull. I got a green tea. I got a $340 goal for today. Hey, I have a fun idea. Why don't you guys give me a bunch of money right now, and we'll live completely free of the constraints of the goal. We knocked it out last night, the one we missed yesterday morning by $50. Evening show audience took care of it. Thank you, Katie, for the 15 this morning. Let's go ahead and hammer this thing out. Let's call it a win for the toe early, even if we get it down like under 200 or whatever at the end of this hour. Let's call it a win for the toe early, and then we can talk about all kinds of shit today. Diddy's facing more accusations, which, dude, is making me believe the conspiracy theories my audience is coming up with. Jack Smith with more info on Donald Trump. I tell you what, man, this Jack Smith, if you don't think that, you know, at the federal level, the prosecutors and shit can be petty and personal, I think it's the worst at the federal level, because this Jack Smith got, as the casino boys say, felted by the Supreme Court, and he couldn't do his Trump election charges, January 6th stuff anymore. So now he came back with new evidence in hopes to get more charges, but it's all just like conjecture and hearsay, and it's all just like, oh yeah, we talked to a guy who was next to Trump, and Trump said, let's get him. And like all this vague shit, and you're like, boy, this guy really is just reaching because he can't let it go. And we're a month away from the election, and if you listen to Kamala Harris people, they all say, we feel good about our chances. We feel like this election is in the bag. But yet they've still got the Justice Department going after their opponent, because if you look at the polls in the swing states, Trump's doing very well. Even in like the polls where you know who they want to talk to. You know what the slant is on that poll. Trump's still doing well in those. So I don't know, man. This Jack Smith thing, it just reeks of personal vendetta. And I don't know why they're doing this a month out. Like every time they bring new charges against Trump, every time they try to get him legally, I feel like people develop a weird sympathy for Trump, like Rocky IV, the Russians. Rocky's getting the shit kicked out of him. But like the Russians appreciate it, so they start cheering for Rocky. Trump gets a little bit of that. Plus now every time you sit there and go, well, if Trump's elected, then if elected, he'll just start prosecuting his political opponents. It's like, oh, you mean like they did to him for the last 4 years? Never address that part. Never address that part. At any rate, we got a great show today. I'm very excited about it. We got gossip. We got gossip. And honestly, fuck it. Like, if you don't like gossip, fuck off. Like, I mean, not like fuck off, like leave, but like, why not? Again, I never got a good answer for that yesterday. Why don't you like gossip? It's fun. You know, you don't like, everybody loves gossip at work, on TV, in movies. Why don't you like gossip? It's better than just, here's a news story, here's a clip, blah, blah, blah. Don't you want me to reach into my bag of tricks and exercise all of my muscles and work all of my skills and talents? I'm a really funny guy. Don't you want me to talk shit about people? I feel very used when people go, I just come here to hear you talk about the news, bro. Makes me feel used. It makes me feel like I'm less of a performer and more of a conduit, a pipe, if you will, that you just run through and play Twister with. All right, let's talk to you guys. Mount Franklin came in here to seethe right off the bat today. He goes, hey, Toe, good luck with the goal tonight. Long live Steel Toe. Also, you are the worst guy online. Do you hear that? I'm the worst guy online. Mount Franklin has me ranked the absolute worst. Mount Franklin, I'm honored. Thank you. By the way, he says good luck with the goal. Yeah, I agree. Good luck with the goal. 340. Let's start throwing it in there. Mount Franklin wishes us good luck. Let's have some good luck. Das Optic Nerve says, hey, at least you're honest about it, you fat fuck. Hulkamasha Baby says the weight won't come off until you find some willpower and stop eating shit. You've yet to even come close. I look, man, I'm not eating shit today. No shit eating. I don't think I did have I had a wrap yesterday. But it wasn't like a wrap, like I made a nice wrap for myself. And I don't know. It was like I went and bought a wrap from a place. It's not good for you. Some people think like if you go to like a decent restaurant, oh man, this is so much better for you than fast food. Dude, it's all salt and butter. It's not better for you than fast food. Don't. You ever go to a restaurant that actually puts the calorie counts in the things you order? If you're not ordering half an appetizer, you're not coming in under 1,000 calories. I'm sorry. Somebody texting in, aren't you taking calls right now? No, we're not taking calls right. Well, what do we have to take calls on? First of all, if you call right away when the show starts, I know you're calling in to be a dick. We haven't even gotten into anything yet. So I'm sorry that I sniffed you out like a bird dog. Better luck next time. Dr. Rondo says, is it a hatchet job like you said? The Trump thing? I mean, I don't think it's a hatchet job as much as it is just straight up like it's vengeance. Coltrane says Vance hammers Walz in a debate, and the next day the DOJ breaks their own rules on this stuff. Coincidence? I think not. I didn't even really think Vance hammered Walz all that much. I thought there were moments where Vance looked a little off. I thought Tim Walz looked a little buggy-eyed, and he told us all that he is friends with school shooters. I thought that was funny. We're going to play a clip today. Somebody confronted Tim Walz about the friends with school shooters line. Why can't you have a sense of humor about that and go, yeah, I got going and I said something out of order and it just came out that, because nobody actually thinks Tim Walz is friends with school shooters. Regardless of how friendly the Democratic trans policy may be, Tim Walz is not friendly with school shooters. So they're not going to like Tim Walz. He wants to take away the gun they used. Jesus. So the audience gets $50 per chat read. Deal, says Elza Belza. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. When did I say? Easy. Hobo Chili Recipe says, good morning. How's life being on the radio again? Oh, wait, September passed. Wait, was I on the radio already? Oh, shit. Keno Casino vernacular is gayer than gay porn. It's the internet. You guys think everything is gayer than gay porn. Rexstart parody account says, going to the orchard and swinging by Starbucks for a pumpkin spice latte. I don't. You can't take your kids to an orchard. Someone says address Melton sniping you. Oh, shit, probably shouldn't say kids. I don't want him to have to broadcast with all the blood flowing down to his dick. I can't do that. Is he still seething about the kid stuff? I mean, it's not my fault if you would stop saying perverted shit about kids and seeming weird and then doubling down every time someone calls you out. You wouldn't be in this position. Everybody on the internet wouldn't think you're a creepy weirdo and not want anything to do with you. That ain't my fault. And that ain't Bob Schnelker's fault. I love this idea that he's like, Aaron's got this thing going. I had other people tell me about it. You're the creep. Take some responsibility. Therapist would have a field day with a guy like that. All right, we put him to bed. Hulkamasha Baby says, because you bring us the same gossip day after day. It's not the same gossip. I have new gossip. Today. Dr. Rondo says, no, I meant not hatchet job on Trump, hatchet job on McMahon, the documentary. No, I wouldn't say it's a hatchet job on Vince. I think it's pretty leveled out. There's a lot of people talking about, oh, I love Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon is great. Vince McMahon did so much for the business and so on and so forth. And yeah, then they got like guys like Phil Muchnick and Dave Meltzer and all these other people. Vince is a piece of shit. Vince is creepy. Vince is weird. And as the documentary goes on, Vince does say some pretty fucked up shit. And I will say this. Vince's ability to disassociate himself from his character when his character is clearly a mirror to himself. Like you listen to what he says about his own self and then you listen about, he goes, well, this is just my character. It's like, it's kind of weird that your character is exactly like the things you talk about, subconsciously. So I don't know. Vince is going to say it's a hatchet job because Vince is really, he's in the fire right now. Like Vince is really taking a lot of shit for good reason. So he's going to say it's a hatchet job, but I think it's pretty fair. Bigot on Socialist Media says, Real Raw News thinks Walls has befriended school shooters. Dude, if you know anything about Real Raw News, they are so way beyond Tim Walls is friends with school shooters. They're probably on to like Tim Walls was killed by Marines yesterday. They're like, Tim Walls is like, what do they say? Took him to, not the mountain. I actually got this wrong. My uncle got mad at me. They don't take him to the mountain. Where do they take him to hang him? Where did they hang Stephen Colbert? Yeah, XJX. My uncle's on that, like, Tim Walls isn't even the real Tim Walls shit. He's like, oh, yeah, they killed Tim Walls a long time ago. And now it's a fake Tim Walls. Where they don't, I used to say they hang them in the mountain in Colorado, but I think they keep the Dunn babies in the mountain in Colorado or the med beds in the mountain in Colorado. No, Gradient, not the hanging tree. I can't. Somebody's going to remember. Remember we reported that they hanged Stephen Colbert. I think they hanged Alvin Bragg. And then, by the way, Real Raw News, the Trump people that hang all the bad guys, they're really into like the old school, execution methods. They're hanging people. Where the fuck? God damn it. How do you guys not remember my goddamn Dun Baby fucking hanging spot? My knee grows with $5 says, let's hit the goal $2 at a time. You can even use your Google Play points. Heil the fat gay F word felon king Aaron. Thank you, my knee grows. I appreciate that. 3:35 away from today. Again, all the links are in the chat. Let's go on a nice run, a nice rally to start the show. And we'll call it another win for it's the final win for the toe. This is the last one of the week. Guantanamo. Thank you, Lab Glass. Guantanamo. They hang them at Guantanamo Bay. Have we hanged anybody recently? Real Raw News. I love that Real Raw News puts conspiracy in the title. That's kind of nice. Oh, wow. Look at that. First one. Yes, Tim Walls has befriended school shooters. Okay, I was wrong. Real Raw News is running with the befriending school shooters things. White hats. Now, the white hats are like the good guys. They're the people that hang the people like at Gitmo. White hats mobilized 25,000 troops to stop election interference. Oh, the NIH director, Monica Bertinoli, she got hanged at Gitmo. Okay, so they did hang someone this week. I didn't know they had already hanged people. Someone texting and the person trying to call in says, I'm not Jake Hudson, therefore I'm not an idiot. Jake has been sending me endless emails lately. He wants me to listen to his song parodies or the songs that he's making. He emails me countless times a day. It's a lot. He made one about Patrick Melton. I haven't listened to it. I'm sure it's about fucking kids or something like that. I don't know. But, Jake Hudson, I think we've had enough Jake Hudson for one lifetime. Trump meets Zelensky body double. Ooh, so he didn't meet the real Zelensky. Did Trump fucking meet with him really? God damn it. Like that's one of those things about the election that makes me not want to vote. You know that Ukraine's still getting their money. You know that Israel's still getting their money. You know they'll get to commit whatever atrocities they commit. They'll get to do whatever they want because we've dubbed them the good guys and people just buy it. Regardless of, Israel's rigging pagers to blow up in front of kids. Ukraine's got Nazis in their military and is one of the most corrupt countries on earth. I mean, we're still going to give them money. Like, there's so much shit that's not going to change. Like we said, presidents get to fuck around with the margins. They don't get to make the big changes. JFK tried to make big changes. Nixon tried to make big changes. Andrew Jackson, Andrew Jackson was more of a take the bulls by the horn kind of a guy. He might, or take the bull by the horns kind of guy. He might have actually, he made some changes. McBuster says, October surprise now, please. Do you think that the, what do you call it? The new document that came out from Jack Smith is their October surprise, or do you think they have something bigger? Because I'll tell you this, all of a sudden, Robert F. Kennedy is the biggest pervert in the world. Kennedy! I saw a story yesterday. They're like, more women come forward and say that they had an affair with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and that he's a sex addict and this and that. And it's like, wow, that's interesting. So all of this stuff exists now after he endorsed Donald Trump. So now Trump can't really use Robert F. Kennedy anymore because he's a filthy pussy hound. Okay. It is one of those things where you're like, all right, when's the other shoe going to drop? They weren't just going to let Robert F. Kennedy Jr. endorse Donald Trump, make this big impact, make this big splash, and then just go, well, we'll try to combat it best we can. They had something. Chips and Dip says, I'm waiting for the Epstein news to come out. They took care of that Epstein stuff. I mean, when they convicted, what's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell, of sex trafficking girls to nobody. We got no names, no clients, nobody who they were sex trafficked to, but they still convicted her because they needed her gone, away. My uncle probably thinks she's hanged in Gitmo. So you're not getting the Epstein news. The Diddy stuff, maybe. We're going to talk about the Diddy stuff today. I don't know, man. They're trying to put more accusations on him. I'm starting to believe the conspiracy theory that one of our listeners threw out yesterday. They said, Aaron, what they're trying to do is they want to dehumanize Diddy and with all these accusations. And then when they kill him, everyone will celebrate and go, well, he just, it's a pedo that died. So who cares? And I kind of buy it now because they're just, I know they threw in the accusation that he did something to a 9-year-old. Again, sorry if we're getting Patrick aroused. Then there's like 120 other accusations that came out yesterday alone. I started to buy it. I'm like, yep, they are. They're trying to dehumanize him. So when they kill him, everybody will go, all right, they'll celebrate. But he probably has the goods on a lot of powerful people who did fucked up shit, in my opinion. Andrew Sun says, did Aaron still reach the goal in the previous stream with Johnny dragging him down? Yes, we did. We did knock it out yesterday. Thank you for asking, Andrew Sun, with Johnny dragging him down. You guys are mean. I mean, Tuesday, Johnny wasn't here, and we blew through like 2 or 3 goals. It was great. But I don't think it was because Johnny wasn't here. The only way I'm going to believe it was because Johnny wasn't here is if you guys do it again today. If we knock out today's goal like really, really easy, then I'll maybe hear you out. But as far as I'm concerned, that was just a coincidence. Paul with $2 over on PayPal says $2 at a time Thursday. All right. Vance with $20. Thank you, Vance, over on PayPal. Dropping a 20 on the steel toe. Susan M with $5. Why is Melton restreaming me? Have you seen? He doesn't have any content. His own audience was in his Discord going, don't fuck with Aaron's channel. Patrick won't be able to make any money. That's got to be incredibly embarrassing to have to admit. Yikes. My knee grows with $2 says you need to bring your uncle on as a Rumble guest. What? You don't think they'll let my uncle say his piece on YouTube? Come on. You know what I found out yesterday? One of our listeners sent this to us. XJX says, meanwhile, Melton is scrolling Nick Jr. for jack-off material. Yikes. A listener sent this to me yesterday because I met with Benny, and we're going to bring Benny back aboard and do some fun stuff there. And they said, Aaron, YouTube has a policy that you can't advertise vapes on a stream. And I'm like, how does that make any fucking sense? Every fucking streamer you watch is this unprofessional dickhead just sitting there ripping off a vape, sucking a robot cock live on stream. It's like, hey, junkie, could you put it down for 5 fucking seconds? I should just eat pasta on the show and just like hitting a vape while you're broadcasting to people. Nobody should watch that or support that. It's fucking weak. Plus, they're an addict. I mean, if you can't put that down to do a show, you've got problems. But YouTube will let people just suck on these robot dicks all day long. But you can't promote them. You can't advertise it. Even if you like our channel and I have the thing clicked where we're not safe for kids or whatever. Melton probably encourages it. But we click the part that says, nope, adult content, no, not appropriate for under 18 or whatever. Still can't. And in many ways, YouTube advertising-wise is worse than terrestrial radio. There's more restrictions on YouTube than there are on terrestrial. I know, I've done both. Someone says Johnny vapes constantly. On this show? No, I think on his own show he does. But I don't like that. Again, there's a couple more things I don't want my co-host doing. Quit reading the fucking chat while we're talking. When I get into something and we're talking, you've heard me say it many times. I got to get off the chat. We're not looking at the chat right now. But I'm the host. I can do that. If you're the co-host and I'm not interesting enough to have you listen to me, I'm paying you to pay attention and contribute to the show. And I'll be talking directly to a co-host and I'll be doing this. Just be scrolling and I'll be like, could you fucking stop? And I've been saying that since the radio days. Like for 10 years, this has been my mantra. Quit looking at the chat. And every co-host will attest. They'll go, oh, I can do both at the same time. And you look over at them sometimes during the show and you're talking about something and they go, yeah, You didn't hear a word I said. Not a fucking word. So that, no reading the chat and no vaping during the show. Because that's weird too. Like you're just sitting there, you're talking about something and just... That vape looks so fucking gay, by the way. Edibles are out there. There's so many other options. Pill form. What are you sucking on the vape thing for? And I've done the vape pens. They're whatever. But it looks gay. Aaron trying to sell more shit he hates to sell. No. I love Benny and I love his shop. Look, Benny's been a friend of mine for a long time. I don't like it on stream. I don't like it when you're doing a show. I think it's really unprofessional to be sitting there going while you're on stream. And also, quit trying to take big rips off you. Nobody's impressed. Nobody. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says Diddy will pass away 2 days after the election to cover overnight ballots. Oh, I like the Diddy theories that people are coming up with. Maybe Diddy's our October surprise. All right. 3:05 away from today. Hey, shit. Keep it going. I said get under 200 by the end of the hour. It's a possibility. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and all that shit. Thank you. So, let's get in to some of the drama. Let's get into some of the goss. This is kind of fun. We talked about it a little bit last night with Matt. Geno got banned from YouTube for 2 weeks. Geno's out for 2 weeks. He's doing shows on Rumble. And apparently what happened was old Geno couldn't keep his... This is an old school way to get banned from YouTube. You remember these days? He got banned for medical misinformation. Now look, there but for the grace of God go I. I've been banned for medical misinformation. I've served a 1-week suspension for it. We went to Rumble, broke some records there. We're in the top 10 every day. It was nice. It was fun. Do it every Friday. But it sucks when you have to. Medical misinformation was like back in 2022, I think we got suspended for that. And it was like when they were doing the hidden camera videos, talking to the Pfizer executives and all that shit. And YouTube was really sensitive about anything vaccine related. They were really worried about it. So they, somebody's texting in. Before I get into this, somebody writing in says, you probably already explained this, but what are the Dun babies? Not Dun, D-O-N-E. Dun, D-U-N-N. Oh, my God. I love getting to explain the Dun babies for the first time. I learned about this summer from my uncle. So the Dun babies, and we're putting a pin in this Geno thing. We'll circle back to it. The Dun babies are babies that are kept by the elites, and sometimes they let the Dun babies grow up and they traffic them, sometimes to Las Vegas. And when they traffic the kids, the adrenochrome builds up, and then because they have a lot of stress and trauma causes you to produce more adrenochrome, and then the elite use that adrenochrome to keep themselves young, like Joe Biden will. Like, I don't know if he eats the Dun babies or he just takes the adrenochrome in pill form or what. So the Dun babies are basically these servant babies that are made to feed the elderly black hats and the elites to keep them young forever. And apparently Michael Jackson faked his death to go on a mission to liberate the Dun babies from a mountain in Colorado. And Michael Jackson worked with the white hats to free the Dun babies. So I think the Dun babies are free. I don't think the Dun babies are being used by the elites anymore. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But I know a lot of them have been freed, and a lot of it's because Michael Jackson faked his death. That's why the media demonized him as a molester and tried to make it sound like Neverland Ranch was this evil pedo place. Actually, Neverland Ranch was the place he would take the Dun babies so they could ride the Ferris wheels and the theme park rides and all of that stuff. It was actually an op run by Michael Jackson so he could rescue the Dun babies and give them a normal life. That's the story behind the Dun babies. And I will love telling that story forever and ever. Ep didn't said, I'm starting to see why you got a ban for medical misinformation. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying that's what people say about the Dun babies. Ep didn't says, so you're saying the Dun babies are not done. I don't know. Chips and Diff. So Michael Jackson turned white to go undercover. Yeah, kind of like that Eddie Murphy sketch. Same thing. Piffy Puff says, this is why Johnny needs to get baked on stream. Why? Because of the Dun babies? Because he can't face the truth? Los Federales says, saw Michael Jackson in Cuba about 2 years ago. He was performing at an all-inclusive resort. I've never asked my uncle where Michael Jackson is or what he's doing now or if he's still freeing Dun babies. But Michael Jackson faked his death to fight the to liberate the Dunn babies. And Elvis faked his death so he could fight Escobar and the cartels. And now Elvis is a pastor in Arkansas named, the audience will remember. I've told them about him. Ray or Roy something. That's where Elvis went because he needed to go away and go incognito so he could fight the cartels. And I don't mean to be a naysayer, but he's doing a dog shit job of fighting the cartels. No, not Clayton Bigsby. Oh boy, here comes the audience part. Here comes the part where they give me the wrong names. Chips and Diff. No, Elvis is not Roy Jones Jr. That's a black boxer. That's clearly not Elvis. The guy who people think is Elvis in Arkansas, it sounds like Elvis, looks like it. Thank you, bigot on socialist media, Bob Joyce. See, bigot on social media's got my back. Bob Joyce. He didn't give me a bunch of fake names. He didn't tell me it was Roy Jones Jr. He helped me when I needed help. Assholes. All right. So anyway, the Geno. So that's what the Dunn babies are. Not Bob Backlund, Chips and Diff. No, we've got the answer. It's Bob Joyce. There's no reason for you to keep guessing. McBuster, put down the fucking can of speed, you addict. Am I jumpy? Am I bouncing around a little this morning? I'm sorry. No, not Roy Hobbs. I tried to say Ray Epps the other day, and I outed a fucking pizza store owner in St. Cloud trying to say Ray Epps' name. So the Geno thing. Geno suspended, and by the way, if Geno's listening right now, call in if I get any of this wrong. No Rex Dart parody account. Elvis did not hide in plain sight as the honky tonk man. My knee grows with $2 says this BS is what I was talking about yesterday. Well, somebody wrote in and asked me about the Dunn babies. What am I supposed to do? Not educate people? Then I'm as bad as the government, sir. As bad as the government. Thank you for the $2. 3:05 away from today. That's a good start. I'm happy with that start. Let's keep her going. Again, I think if we get to 200 by the end of this hour, we've got a good start on Thursday. So, Geno gets suspended for 2 weeks from YouTube for medical misinformation because he decided to go out of his way to bring back COVID. Not like he was like coughing on people, but he's like bringing up COVID again and talking about how it's this and that and it's, engineered and the whole thing. Like all the stuff about COVID you're not allowed to say in polite company. All the worst thing about getting suspended for COVID talk nowadays is that those of us who already believe it, we already know. We've already looked it up. We've already listened to it. And the people who don't know it or don't believe it are not going to be altered at this point. They're not going to be changed. So if you're going out there and you're talking about all the shit that gets you suspended from YouTube about COVID, it's really a useless exercise because you're not going to turn anybody and everybody already knows. So now you're fucking yourself in the ass. I mean, wasn't Geno just the other day talking about how more people need to become members and more people need to give him money because, and by the way, I've never tried this grift before. I should give it a shot. If you don't give him money, you will get poorer. I've never tried that. I mean, you guys can try today. You can throw money at us and tell me how much money you made by throwing it at me and see if you get wealthy by giving me. That's a ballsy grift, dude. To say like giving money to me is like the good karma that will get you more money. Holy shit. And they say, I have an ego. And if you don't donate money, it will make you poorer for having not. I can't keep up. So he gets suspended for 2 weeks. Now he's doing a show on Rumble. So I was like, well, that sucks because, I'm sure Johnny, or I'm sure Geno, not Johnny. I said, I'm sure Geno's, been picking things up within hot water. And, after it left Compound, I'm sure a lot of his fans went and started watching him on YouTube. And I know how much a YouTube suspension can kill momentum. Somebody wrote in and said, Aaron, go check the numbers for In Hot Water. It's really, really bad. And I was like, well, it can't be. I know Geno's got a channel that's considerably smaller than ours, but it can't be that bad. Like, we do about 4K on YouTube, 35K on 3,500 on Rumble for our morning show. We do about 7,500. If you want to count Facebook, I don't know if those numbers, that's about another 1,000. So anywhere from 7,000 to 8,000 views on each morning show we do. Not a huge number by any means. So I go and check on YouTube, and apparently the In Hot Water episodes are doing less than 1,000 views. Not like our show and like 1,000 viewers at a time. I mean 1,000 views total. I'm like, oh, fuck. But he's got a football show that does like 1.5 to 2,000. I'm like, well, maybe he becomes a football talk channel. Who knows? Maybe he's the next Brandon Perna. So I don't know, man. That sucks. That's fucking bleak. That's terrible. But then again, I know Geno. Geno can't help himself. Geno's going to want to yell about COVID. And then he was talking about weather control devices and how the weather control devices are doing the hurricanes in North Carolina. And the most I can go with on the weather control thing is like the cloud seeding stuff. That's something that, like in the Middle East, they've already admitted. You know? They've already said, we seed the clouds to make it rain because we want a lush, fertile land for tourists to come and visit. Okay. Works for me. So he goes to Rumble, and then that got me thinking. I was like, well, Keanu went for the steel toe grift, and I dragged Melton out of obscurity. He's my boy. I thought maybe I dragged Keanu out of obscurity. Maybe I helped her become a thing. Nope. I checked on her yesterday. Less than 1,000 views on all of her Kiki stuff. Even less for that the nightlife thing that she tries to do. And I'm just like, wait, that actually pissed me off. The Geno one, I'm like, oh, that's unfortunate. That's sad. But like Keanu changed her whole personality. Keanu became this caricature of herself to try to talk about steel toe all the time. With her horse shit and her false nonsense. And I'm like, well, she's got to be doing well with that. Steel toe's hot right now. Steel toe's like the biggest thing. She's not even getting 1,000 views on the shows she does. And that one actually pisses me off. The Geno one doesn't piss me off. The Keanu one pisses me off because she's fucking with my brand now. I'm supposed to be the guy that's popular to watch and monitor and observe and like, oh, I don't know how to do a show. I'll watch Aaron do one. Like Patrick's been learning how to do. And he can get a couple of numbers out of it. She can't get numbers out of me. Do you know what that does to my reputation? It's hurting me. I need her to do well and prove that steel toe's a hot thing to talk about. She can't even do that right. Plus, the problem is she went to war with those Clippers, and I think that really fucked her over. Her going to war with those Clippers really fucked her over because now they don't clip her shit. And you want people to clip your shit. It keeps you in the algorithm. Stalin 19 does thousands of views when he clips me. Alyssa does thousands of views when she clips me. Will Heron does thousands of views when he clips me. I want them to keep clipping me. That's people clicking on shit that says steel toe. And if you're a clipper, just put steel toe in your title. You and I are great. Because clicking on steel toe. Guess who's going to show up? Our show. In the algorithm. So she went to war with them because Chrissy and Frank told her it was a good idea. And then now it's just completely swamped her because now they don't cover her. And when they do cover her, it's to mock and ridicule. And, Will Heron does videos about what a stupid bitch she is or whatever. So she fucked herself. And now here's the irony. All those Clipper channels now have more subscribers and more views than she does. She actually, this is an amazing thing. Instead of the Clippers making her, she made the Clippers. I've never seen it before. Now, good news is they have a wedding coming up. I hope their wedding destination didn't get destroyed by the hurricane. That would fucking eat balls. But they got a wedding coming up. They're going to be married. They can put all this stuff behind them. Geno can start an OnlyFans. Everything will be good. Cocktiff says Citizen M probably reported Geno, biggest gay F word in chats. I don't As someone who's been fucked over on the medical misinformation thing, I don't think anybody reported Geno. I don't. Because we got hit with a medical misinformation strike, and it was just YouTube catching it and giving us a fucking strike. So I think he probably just got it because as gay as YouTube is, they're probably still watching that COVID algorithm. Chips and Diff says, isn't that the same grift that all churches use? Oh, I'm behind in the chat. I'm sorry about that. Andrew Sun says, by that logic, Geno should give money to his chat. Right? If giving money makes you get more money and not giving money makes you poor, then yeah, Geno should be donating money. Like I said, you guys give it a shot. Donate a bunch of money to our show right now. Help us knock out our last goal of the week. And tell the rest of the audience the great stories of wealth that you've encountered from donating to Steel Toe. Let's do this televangelist Peter Popoff style. That I'm kind of resentful of. I have a goal. I tell you exactly how much we need. I hammer it home to get it every day. Just trying to keep my little show going. But yet, like televangelists, they don't even tell you how much they need. They just keep taking more and more. They give you this big sob story. They don't get shit. I'm just Joel Osteen with a worse head of hair. Piffy Puff says, we all know Geno blames the Democratic politicians of New York for his failing comedy career. Sure, the government lockdowns are what wrecked his career. I don't. Does he? I don't listen to enough of this to be in the know. Here's where I'm fucked up. Here's where I'm fucked over. I rely on you guys to give me the information, and I know you're not reliable sources, but I'm beholden to it. Los Federales says people who beg for money online are just lazy adults that don't want to work. It's like step one before being homeless. I'm going to disagree with Los Federales on that second part, but the first part, is he wrong? I mean, I had a radio career, and I wanted to keep my broadcasting career going after we got unfairly shoved off at number one. So, you know, at least I have precedent. But it's still, yeah, rattling a tin cup and asking the audience, hey, can you keep my fake job going? I'd appreciate that. And you guys do keep my fake job going. Money for Aaron's fake job. I appreciate it. McBuster says, Geno sucks profusely. He's drunk all the time, too. To have such low self-esteem as to get hitched to Kikums and Meemaw, he's saturated with alcohol 24/7. I don't think that's true. I don't think he's got more than 600 subs to his YouTube page since he left Compound, says Bigot on Socialist Media. I think if we got to see the numbers, we'd be surprised how little people were listening to Compound Media shows. I heard from E-Rock and Geno that when we did shows on there, subscriptions would jump up. That Steel Toe did give a little shot in the arm to Compound when we were on there. And I know some of you are going to hate hearing that. But that's why they had us back time and time and time again. That's why we filled in for Anthony 2-3 times, is because it did well for them. Either because our fans were really supportive of Compound, or I'm the best fucking heel in the business and people pay to hate watch, which, again, I'm doing a great job. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, said it once, I'll say it again. Geno going members only because his broad talked about how the snitch talk was bullying him is hilarious. It's pathetic. How deep are those fireworks pockets? Yeah, I think the whole telling the world that your man's upset that he gets called a snitch is one of the dumbest fucking things you can do, because all that's going to do is make sure people call him a snitch more. And you've outed him for being a bitch, which is worse than being a snitch, is being a bitch about it. Say what you say, do what you do, own it. You know? Don't say what you say and do what you do and then try to run from it. Now that's a chicken shit move. Now you're a snitch and a chicken shit. And making your chat members only, that's a real bitch move. Read the stuff you want to read, address the stuff you want to address, and skip the stuff you don't think is interesting. Treetop Armadillo says Keanu's personality is so awful, she can't even use Steel Toe as content like the others. Right? Dude, Win by 2 does a better job doing Steel Toe stuff than Keanu. When you're talking about the hottest guy out there in this little area and you can't crack 1,000, you fucking suck. Andrew's son says, often you show up underneath clips I watch about you. Exactly. That's why you want the Clippers to be there. First of all, you spend less time in your basement cutting up audio, which is tedious. And then these people put you in the algorithm. Thank you. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I think she'd rather have 85 people watching and saying only nice things to her than growing her channel. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Charleston is still fine. It's beautiful. They just need to make sure the check clears. It has been a problem to this point. What? They haven't had check. I'm not. You see, this is what I get for relying on you guys for information. Mild says, the last time I donated to Steel Toe, my channel got 15 new subscribers. Hey, look at that. If you give us money. If you give us money, you get more subscribers, apparently. Rum Mike with $2 says, okay, let's go. McBuster says, April is a pussy. She could totally still be in Kiki's wedding and supply everyone with Coke from Nick. Oh, boy. And now I see on Twitter she's getting fucking hammered for that Instagram post. I saw Legal Mindset has now been commenting on it. Quit tripping over your dicks. It's brutal. Someone paid $37 last year for Kiki's OnlyFans. Someone has a torture fetish. Chevy fan says, Geno is still a member of Kiki's OnlyFans, but she's not even a member of his channel. Oh, that's not very nice. Andrew's son said, would you move if you were offered a secure radio gig? If I was offered like a syndicated, like a thing. Yeah, but I would talk to the ex-wife and I would see if the kids would move too. It would have to be a package deal. If they weren't willing to be closer, then no. Then no, I wouldn't. I'd struggle here and I'd beg you guys and we'd raise our money that way in order to stay close to the family. I can't. I already hate school season enough. School season sucks. Like, my ex-wife and I will both talk about that. Like, you never see them during the school year. They're at school all the time. Then they come home, and whether it's during the week when I go pick them up from school, it's like a couple of hours. Then it's time to get ready for bed and go to school the next day. And now the oldest one is starting to get homework and all that shit. Forget it, man. Forget it. Then you get to the age where they don't want to see you. They're not there yet, thank God. But you get to those teenage years, and no matter how cool of a guy you think you are, you're a fucking dork to kids. So, a lot to look forward to as a parent. My buddy of mine just had his first kid, and I congratulated him, and I did that really gay parent thing where I was like, hey, man, just really enjoy it. It goes by fast. And I'm like, I'm that guy now. I'm that guy. Hulkamash says, do you realize how much money you'd make if you did a YouTube members only chat? All the haters would have to get a membership or leave. Yeah, but that's not fair. You know, I want people to be able to come in and say what they want and do what they want, because our haters are interesting people. I make them seethe every day just by existing, and they hate when I say this. So I kind of get a perverse entertainment from the fact that I'm not looking at them losing their fucking minds, but yet they're doing it almost as like a masturbatory exercise. There's some kind of perverse enjoyment I get out of that. And I understand that's a me problem. I like this guy, Kevin Soundboard. What's he got to say today? I like Kevin Soundboard. At least now that Geno's YouTube channel is down, he can finally focus on the wedding. Yeah, see? Das Optic Nerve says, the last time I donated to Steel Toe, my girlfriend lost our unwanted baby. Wait a minute. That's a good thing then, right? Because you didn't have to get an abortion. You donated to Steel Toe, and the baby you didn't want got lost. See, guys? If you throw a few bucks at Steel Toe, look at how your fortune changes. Now, Das Optic Nerve, if you could throw a $5 behind that next time, that'd be aces. You dodged a bullet in getting uninvited to that wedding. They do seem to be a shit show. They do. If it's syndicated, then install an ISDN line. Oh, that's a great point, Nana's Clams. All right, then to answer your question, if I could stay here and I got offered like a syndicated deal, yeah, I'd take it. Why wouldn't I? Would I be a fucking retard? I could still do this. We could simulcast the thing. April's, or Mild says, why would you? Oh, yeah, there we go. Mild says, why would any self-respecting man want to focus on a wedding? Come on. Have you ever been married? You got to focus on your wedding. You know, she's excited about it. You should be excited about it. You're getting married to the person you love. It should be exciting to you. That should be something fun. So, yeah, you should be excited to plan your wedding. Come on, man. Coyote NV with $4.99. Thank you, buddy. Says, after giving to the toe, I hit Las Vegas Megabucks. Look at that. Wildcard with $4.99 says, I'm surprised Geno wasn't banned for N-words. Well, yeah, he likes that too. He indeed enjoys both of those things. All right, guys, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, all that stuff. Let's throw in a bunch of money. We got down to 300 by the top of the hour, which is, kind of, on pace for where we need to be. But now we need to get to 200 by 8 o'clock. So throw in your 20s. Throw a Jackson at the steel toe. And let's do that until we knock it out today. I think win by 2 can save Keanu. Oh, John. John's a silly guy. I don't think he's hurting anybody. Deutsch Chad said Keanu had to send her dress out to get the tit and ass size down. See, now that's not. That's not. I don't think that's true. Mild says, after I donated to the toe, the Vikings beat the Packers. See, I'm enjoying these stories very much, but here's the problem. You should be donating while you're sharing them. That's the whole key. Old broke-ass Steel Toe here, old broke-ass Steel Toe Media Incorporated needs to be knocking out those goals and getting back to good. Like, here you go. Aaron's best friend with 1999 says, I appreciate the shows you put on and always listen to you on my way into work. Keep it up, dude. See, look at that. What a fucking sweet guy that guy is. And I bet she's going to have a great day at work today because he dropped the 20 spot on the toe. Thank you, pal. Brian Landon with 199 says, between Geno and Nick, whose sweat was saltier? Oh. April's. That's all I got. That's all I got. Das Optic Nerve says, the last time I donated to Steel Toe, my cancer was cured. Look at that. Nana's Clam says, the begging shit wouldn't last a week on the actual air. Dude, if we got paid to be on the radio, we wouldn't be begging. That's the fucking point. Nana's Clams. Why do I always have to explain this shit to you, Nana? Just be nice. Yeah, if we were on the whole point of getting back there is that everything I try to do is to get done with the begging. Get that the fuck out of here. So that would be the fun little, no more evening shows unless we wanted, something was going on. We wanted to hang out and talk about it. And no more asking you guys for money. It would be nice. And it's that dream. It's dreaming about that keeps me coming down here every morning. All right, guys. We have a lot to talk about today. Let's get it going. Let's keep throwing in. We appreciate it. We're 285 away today. Coltrane says, if my wife found out how much I donate, I'd be getting divorced. No. You'd probably get blown a lot. Come on, Coltrane. Make them believe. Make them believe. Okay, let's go into the Diddy stuff. 120 new essay allegations, including kids as young as 9. Oh, this will be covered on NLO, right? But they're not going to understand that you cover this as a negative kind of a story, not a kindred spirit kind of a story. That's not what this is supposed to be, Patrick. Come on. Do some fucking jumping jacks. Diddy is hit with 120 new sexual assault allegations, including kids as young as 9. Attorneys say he has a long... Now, here's the other part. Diddy's attorneys fired back with, he has a long list of many powerful people involved. This is the game. And this is where, if you kind of like, those of us who kind of became more conspiracy minded after 9/11, this is where you get to have a little fun with these kinds of stories. Is what's the real game? What's the game within the game? What's, not everything is what it seems. You got attorneys saying Diddy has a shitload of new victims and a shitload of new allegations, some of them as young as 9. And then Diddy having to go, oh, wait. There's a lot of powerful people that I know about that were doing fucked up shit. That's the tug of war. Somebody said it in our chat yesterday. They're going to make Diddy look like such an evil asshole that when they kill him to protect the powerful people that he knows about, everybody will celebrate and go, oh, he was a piece of shit. Fuck him. Glad he's dead. Kind of like Epstein. When Epstein Kate himself, are we still going with Kate him? See, I'd be interested because, everybody spends too much time on the internet, but I'd be interested to go out in the real world and ask people how they think Jeffrey Epstein died. I wonder if half the country doesn't think that he legit K'd himself. Because I don't know, because you get skewed by going online because it's all just autistic people, not normal. But Diddy, when he, if he Epstein's himself, however that happened, people will celebrate. They'll go, oh, good, he was a fucking pig. He was a piece of shit. Especially now that they got these, kids as young as 9 allegations out there. People will be happy that he's gone, and they'll be like, I wish I would have done it myself, and they'll get all worked up emotionally. But they're going to kill Diddy because he knows all of these powerful music executives, probably movie executives, all these really powerful people in show business that went to his freak-offs and did fucked up shit. Because it always goes that way. So now we've got this tug of war where we're going to get these allegations that Diddy did the most horrible shit imaginable. And then on the other side, Diddy's people are going to go, he knows a lot of powerful people that were involved. And I do believe that in order to get bail, because Diddy's trying for a third time now to get bail. And every time he tries to get bail, more accusations and more evidence comes out. They don't want to give this guy bail because he's a billionaire. He will leave. But Diddy knows he has some aces up his sleeve. And if he tells them, look, if I agree to work with you and I agree to give you a handful of names, will you give me bail? Even if it's $50 million bail, will you give me bail? And maybe they'll say yes. And then Diddy can either bail himself out and await his court dates, or Diddy can bail himself out and catch a rubber raft to the fucking Dominican or something. No, what was the country he was going to yesterday? He's going to go to Abu Dhabi because it's non-extradition. He's going to go to Abu Dhabi. He's going to kick it there. But I don't see them giving him bail. And if he gets out on bail, far easier to have him killed, which I think is going to be the goal the more we find out about what he knows. Sean P. Diddy Combs is facing dozens of new allegations of SA in a series of civil lawsuits. So he's like Nick. He's got to worry about criminal charges and civil problems now. He's got both going on. A Texas-based attorney says he is representing 120 accusers with allegations against the entertainment mogul that occurred over 20 years. So this isn't new. 120 accusers have just come out against Sean P. Diddy Combs with new SA allegations, vowing to expose everything. I mean, what do you have to lose at this point? It's not like I was going to say it's not like anybody can do anything to you, but then again, it depends who else was at these freak-offs. How powerful do you have to be to have people killed? As long as these women are just talking about Diddy, I'm sure they're going to be fine. They're going to be safe. But if these women start going, oh, yeah, by the way, I also saw this person at the parties and that person. I mean, who's got enough money to make people disappear? Because there's wealthy, you have money, famous singer money and power. But then there's I can make people disappear money and power. I think Jay-Z and Beyonce could disappear people. I don't think 50 Cent could disappear people. Texas-based attorney Tony Busby announced he has a list of names. All right, let's check. Let's see what Tony Busby's got to say.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry
is that there's far more heterosexuals and goy than you would think.
That really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall
The Jews run Hollywood. Oh,
of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us
fuck.
with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs.
You'd better keep it to Sean Combs, though. The minute you start going, oh, you know, I saw Jimmy Iovine at the party, and it's like, uh-oh, you better shut the fuck up. I saw the head of this record label at the company. I saw Jay-Z at the... Well, you're getting a dart to the neck. You just got it. As long as you keep it to P. Diddy, you're going to be fine because he's the evil fall guy asshole now.
After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs.
Do you have to call, like, when you're talking about the law and lawsuits and legal shit, do we really have to say Diddy? Can you just say Sean Combs? You don't have to say Sean Diddy Combs. That's not, I don't think Diddy's his actual middle name.
Well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants.
Like, let's say Magic Johnson got in trouble. Would they have to say Irvin Magic Johnson, or could you just say Irvin Johnson? It just seems kind of weird to use a guy's nickname. Like the one guy, and rest in peace, but the one guy, if he got arrested, you'd have to use his nickname as Marvelous Marvin Hagler because he legally changed his name to Marvelous Marvin Hagler. But, you know, I don't think, hey, we've arrested Dennis the Worm Rodman. Not necessary.
As we file these individual cases. And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI.
I would have kept that a secret. Now you're going to have the people looking for him. Are you one of the accusers? Yes. Did you talk to the FBI? No, I swear to God I didn't. Do you have family in the area?
FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened.
Yeah, but do you know how many they had to take? It's got to be so awkward when you take the ones that you know are bullshit and you know they're just trying to make a buck and pretend they were there. You know, like the people who tried to desperately to connect themselves to 9/11 somehow. Oh, I knew a guy whose babysitter knew someone who was there. You know, you got it when you're at a law firm, you got to vet each one of these because if you get like 7, 8, 9, 10 people who obviously are not telling the truth, it's going to fuck up the other 100 you've got. So you got to go through all these claims and the awkward conversations you got to have with the ones you don't believe. Ugh. Because they're not going to give up easy. You know they're going to be like, oh, you just don't believe us and victims are blah, blah, blah.
People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice.
Has nothing to do with money.
But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators. And
see, that's the one right there. You know what that makes those people? Really fucking smart. Because in situations like this, probably a total coincidence, not a conspiracy at all, people tend to start disappearing. And the amount of people that disappear, that depends on how quickly other people get the message. So Diddy's only play here to save his own ass is to start naming names, but yet the only way for Diddy to keep himself alive is to shut the fuck up. So me personally, I think if I were in Diddy's position, I'd roll the dice and I'd just start naming names and hoping I can make it out.
And their associates, they are rightly afraid for their own personal safety.
Yeah.
I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed.
I don't think so. See, it's kind of like the Jeffrey Epstein thing. I don't have any faith in the good guys winning. I think the evil, nasty monsters that deal with Epstein's and deal with Diddy's want to be kept anonymous and they're willing to do things to keep themselves anonymous that we're not willing to do to out them. And so the demons will always get to run amok in that case. I mean, these people, we're talking about people who are literally willing to kill in order to keep this shit a secret. And wouldn't you?
Many dirty secrets will be revealed.
I don't know.
We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty.
They're going to be worse than that,
You would be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence,
that's nothing.
to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love.
That's nothing. Delete your Twitter, delete your Instagram, delete your Facebook, and don't read the shit. That's one thing. That's not the shit you have to be worried about. The shit you have to be worried about is, somebody sneaking into the house in the middle of the night and fucking capping you. That's what you got to be worried about.
I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics.
Good
I've
one.
personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo.
It's not his first
Victims
rodeo,
who
guys.
step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted.
Hot
I
take.
want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone.
There's the end of the clip. That's got to be the most frustrating and the most awkward part of this whole thing is when you have to go, yeah, I'm not so sure your story's checking out. I don't think you're telling me the truth. That's got to be really fucking awkward. Kevin Soundboard says, I have to think he switched from Puffy to Diddy for that reason. For what reason? Oh, he didn't want to be called Puffy when it came to all the accusations. Kevin Soundboard, Melton is just simulcasting your show, not sniping it with commentary, making it transformative. Well, I mean, that's kind of a dirty, like a copyright violation thing. I'm not a flag it, though. I don't do that shit. I mean, that's just, guys, if he's not even commenting on it, doesn't that just kind of show how desperate he is? That's pretty desperate. And again, it's just more fans for me. Honestly, just watching my show is a lot better than watching Melton say anything. He ruins good shows. I mean, I don't need a guy who on his own only gets 13 viewers at a time fucking gumming up the works for a guy who can get 1,000 on his own. I don't need that. I mean, I've beaten this guy 9,000 times already. What's another W? It doesn't mean anything anymore. They're not sweet. Kevin Soundboard says Aaron can strike him for it. Chad used to pull open the copyright form and start filling it out, and Melton would tap out. I don't know. Like, that to me is a gay move. That's something like, that's going down to a loser's level like him. I'm not going to do that. I'm just getting more fans. Fauci's Pangolin says, I remember being at a Diddy party. I woke up feeling woozy with Justin Bieber lying on my stomach. Oh, you were playing tummy sticks with Bieber? That's so cute. Wait a minute. How old was he? I don't know. Sam Show says, Melton sucks worse than you. That's a fate worse than death. And that's what I think, too. Piffy Puffs, this is unrelated to anything we were talking about, says, wonder how much harder it's going to be for Nick not to drink once the winter months in Minnesota roll in. I don't know. I personally think he's getting a little sip here and there. I mean, we saw in the house for sale pictures, the booze is still there. I think he's still getting a little nip here and there. I think he's working those tests. It's, It's just he lies about everything. So anytime he says he's not doing something, I just assume he's finding ways to do it. Because, I mean, the effortlessness with which he lies to people is remarkable. I mean, he lies to, like April told her, oh, yeah, we're going to get this thrown out. We're going to get that thrown out. I'm the reason you don't have charges. It's like, this motherfucker has lied to you, manipulated you, and used you every step of the way. And you're on the internet going, he deserves so much better than someone who would cheat on him. Nice dig, by the way. I'm sure things are just hunky-dory over in that. But, like, this is a guy who lies to everybody, and only the most retarded people on earth would actually still believe a word anyone like that says. Sam Show says the amount he tries to justify his addictions. Well, in fairness on that one, that's every addict. Every addict is going to lie. I mean, lying is as much a part of an addiction as the consuming of the actual, what do you want to call it? Contraband, if you will. Guys, we are 285 away from today. Do us a favor. Big rally. Let's do a big rally right now. Let's do 10s and 20s. And when you throw 10s and 20s at the steel toe and you click on Streamlabs or PayPal or Venmo, or you give us super chats or you give us Rumble rants, guys, fucking come up with a fun theme. We've been coming up with how has giving money to steel toe made you wealthier, kind of making fun of the Geno thing. Do some funny, wacky shit with your contributions. I like it. Keep the show on the air and create a fun bit. Let's have a little fun today. Gift some memberships, hit the PayPal, hit the Venmo, hit the Streamlabs, hit all that stuff. I love watching that number go down, man. If we're under that 2, if the number is 1 by the time it's 8 o'clock, I feel so good about the show we're doing. Give me tips with a great point. He says, yeah, Aaron knows what he's talking about. He's a gas station food addict. Very honest one, though. Very honest one. Give me tips. No, that's the one we just did. Packerbacker says, honestly, it's pretty retarded to not report a copyright strike. Well, I mean, I don't know. I get a sense of superiority, like knowing that people are that desperate that that's what they have to do. I don't know. Copyright striking to me is just a gay thing, especially when you're owning these people anyway. Like, since he's wanted to do an unfunny version of my show, he's been exposed by the entire internet as a guy who has a serious problem with saying fucked up stuff about kids. Like, that's a fate worse than death, as far as I'm concerned. That's desperate. I wouldn't go live anymore if that were me. But he has no shame. Again, for 20 years, he's been trying to get to where I'm at. And the only way he could is by pretending to be me and watching my show. I mean, that's a power position right there. Fauci, somebody texting in, Fauci admitted that the vaccine causes myocarditis in young men. Geno probably talked about it and got banned. No, I saw the clip that got him banned. He went deep. He went pretty deep on that one. Kevin Soundboard says, I don't think striking is a good thing. Just wave, say hi, and move on. I mean, his own fans sit there and go, we can't have anything happen to Aaron. Patrick won't be able to make any money and do a show. That, to me, again, that's the hell he's in. That's where I've put him. I'm happy with it. Here's what I'm not happy with. Not rallying, not making money, not paying my guys. Let's knock out that 285. Let's call it a win today. We're going to make fun of Tim Walz. We're going to make fun of the longshoremen negotiator guy. He's enjoying his 15 minutes of fame, by the way. What's his name? Goddamn, Harold Daggett. Harold Daggett is enjoying. You always got to be nervous when these union guys start enjoying their TV time, because that makes it feel like, this strike might go on a little longer than it should because Harold Daggett is enjoying talking to the media. And boy, oh my God, that Harold Daggett, if you haven't watched him on our show yet, he's like a caricature in a mafia movie. He's had connections to the Genovese crime family. He's running the longshoremen's union. He's head of negotiations. He's already done the mafia thing where he's like, nice economy you got there. Shame if I were to cripple it. He's already doing that. And then also we found out yesterday, we Googled the early life section, which is always a mistake. You never want that. You never want that. Daggett is holding my shit up in port. Fuck that Guido, says Gradient. Yeah, no, that's the thing. When you go on these big strikes, the people who end up becoming the least popular guys out there are these union representatives who are on TV that day. I mean, you go on TV, you make yourself the face for all the hatred in this stuff. Somebody confronted Tim Walz yesterday while he was out on the campaign trail and asked him about the school shooter comment that he made during the debate. That was fun, man. When we were doing that watch along and then Tim Walz said, I've become friends with many school shooters. We just kept rewinding that because we're like to watch something become a meme in real time is kind of fun. So when you're watching Tim Walz and he goes, I've become friends with many school shooters, and you're like, oh, that's going to become a thing tomorrow. We're going to hear about that one tomorrow. And sure enough, we did. Everyone wanted to know. And I think it's a little unfair when people go, Tim, what did you mean by you've befriended many school shooters? That's kind of a cheap question because we know, we like to make fun of Tim Walz, but we know he just misspoke. Nobody walked away from that going, oh my God, Tim Walz hangs out with school shooters all the time. Tim Walz is going to be watching the Vikings game this weekend with a bunch of fucking school shooters. Which would be a shitty way to watch a football game, but who am I to judge? Let's put this up on the screen. People want these up on the screen. Here we go. Gray Duckling with $10 says, when I donate, I get horrible taste in movies. Hey, that feels like an accusation, and that hurts a little bit. Thank you, buddy. That puts us at $275. See, guys, just drop those down $10 at a time. We'll be good. Throw us a couple of bucks. Keep Steel Toe going. And we keep moving on, story to story. We cover more shit. We hang out with you guys. $275 away. Let's do it. PayPal, Streamlabs, and Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo are the best ways to do it. Thank you very much to King Kong Dong. He says, I'll take an Aussie. I heard you got a restock in women after the last accident where you forgot to feed them. Get your requests in, audience. Guys, we are not taking donations for fake human trafficking organizations. Now is not the time. Thank you for the $5, Dong. I am desperate for money. I appreciate it, but at the same time, I am not ready for a Thursday full of human trafficking orders from my audience. 270 is now the number. Labglass says, Tim Walz just misspoke, just like Tiananmen Square, serving in Iraq, his rank in the National Guard. Well, I don't know, man. When it comes to Tim Walz, yeah, he says a lot of shit that's not true. But I do think the school shooter thing was a misspeak. It's way too comical for me to believe that Tim Walz is just sitting there chilling with a school shooter, watching popcorn and, enjoying a movie. So here's the clip from the debate. We all remember it.
In that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen.
I wonder what he meant to say. Because I think what he meant to say was, I've become friends with family members of school shooters. Or school shooting victims or something. Like, he did not mean to say I've become friends with school shooters. So yesterday, Tim Walz is campaigning in New York. Now, you have finite funds, and I know maybe they don't. These guys get shitloads of money to campaign and stuff, but why would you go to New York if you're a Democrat? It's over, baby. That's like campaigning in California. Unless you're there for a fundraiser or something, there's no point for a Democrat to go to New York and California. It's wrapped up. You're up by 20 or 30 points. You don't need to be there. It's like Trump campaigning in Montana. why. But somebody asked him about the friends with school shooters thing. And here's where I have a huge problem with politicians is that, well, one of my many huge problems with politicians is that why can't you just laugh off your fuck up? Like, why do we have to PR it? Why do we have to be like, oh, that's not very funny? Why can't you sit there and go, yeah, that was I feel like it would humanize you to a lot of people, and people might be more willing to like you and vote for you if you just went, yeah, that really came out wrong. What a dumb thing to say. Oh man, I gotta slow down during those debates, I tell you. And then go, no, I have not become friends with school shooters. Instead, they give these detached, robotic, less than human-like responses. Let's check this out. Here's some people at a pizza place. Tim Walz and his wife are there, and they're looking at slices of pizza, and people want to ask him about the debate.
What do you think your strongest moment was tonight?
Oh, just, I think it was a good debate. The public got to see a contrast. And I think the ending sums it up. The democracy issue is important.
See? So someone says, what was your favorite part about the debate tonight? He gives a nice little answer, nice little, hey, if you had fun, you have won, and everybody's good, and we're all nice. His wife kind of looks like Hillary from a side profile. So then somebody decides to ask him about the school shooter thing. And this fucking sucks because I would be much more likely to vote for someone if they had a sense of humor about their fuck-ups.
Governor, you said you'd become friends with school shooters during the debate. Can you clarify what you meant on that?
It'd be funny if Tim Walz went, of course I'm not friends with school shooters. They're all CIA assets. You can't get near them. The FBI kills all of them anyway.
Can you clarify what you meant when you said you'd be friends with school shooters?
Yeah, like, and he just keeps looking at the pizza and he's like, oh, so that's pepperoni, huh? Interesting. I've never seen a pepperoni pizza up close before. Look, they really are looking at it like they're Martians who have never seen this kind of food before. That's a pizza place, though. God, I love those kind of places. We don't have many of those here in Minnesota. I know that makes us look like fucking mutants and weirdos, and some of you already think that. But the places where they got the pizzas already made, you order a slice, they throw it in the oven, they crisp it up for you. That's a fucking pizza place. Not Domino's, not Pizza Hut, not Jets. Just a hole-in-the-wall place where they got them all ready for you. I just wish Tim Walz could come out and go, yeah, I fucked up. I mean, it doesn't, obviously, the vice president doesn't have to say, I fucked up. I mean, Joe Biden would say that. Donald Trump might say that. But you come out and you go, yeah, blech, right? That was an idiotic thing to say. I feel like voters are dying for someone who's genuine like that, a real person. I think that was a lot of Trump's allure in 2016 was that even though he'd say wild shit, at least he wasn't reading off of a script. Even Tim Walz's answer to that one woman who said, what was your favorite part of the debate? And he was like, I think it was a great debate and the American people and blah. Anytime you answer with the words the American people, you're full of shit. You're making shit up. It's dumb.
Governor, you said you'd become friends with school shooters during the debate. Can you clarify what you meant on that?
See, like, he can hear them. Like, I know he's like, oh, man, do they put mushrooms on it here? Wow, that's a novel concept. I've never seen. Is that an onion? I didn't even know you could do that with a pizza. I'm sorry, school what? Oh, schools are great. We need to invest in our schools. The children are our future. Can you believe it? They really do put Italian sausage on there. Oh, man, we're from Minnesota. That's going to have a spicy kick.
Can you clarify what you meant when you said you'd be friends with school shooters?
Look at that.
Why did you say you were in Hong Kong when reports say you weren't?
Hey, one thing at a time. Hey, guys, that would be funny if he turned around and went, hey, one lie at a time. All right? I'm tired of you guys yelling all my lies at me at once. All right? I'm trying to order a fucking slice of veggie pizza here because meat makes me gassy. You guys are throwing all my lies at me. I'll address them one at a time. I promise. Kotod with $1 says, how did Diddy's arrest affect your supply chain? It didn't affect my supply chain because I don't traffic people. This is not a thing that I do. McBuster says, is this where I donate to Polycule Addiction Anonymous? Yes! Donate to our show and make the funniest fucking jokes you can. I love donations. I live off donations. Now you guys are getting it. Throw your money in and say wild, funny shit. Mild with $1 says, guys, Aaron isn't taking human trafficking orders right now. There's a dock workers strike, for fuck's sake. I thought he was helping at first by saying Aaron's not taking human trafficking orders because obviously Aaron doesn't engage in human trafficking. But the dock workers strike has nothing to do with whether or not I'm involved in human trafficking. It's immoral and it's wrong. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf. $5. Nice to see somebody supporting the show. And he writes, I'll take the usual order. You know my type by now. I appreciate the money. That's very kind of you. It keeps this show on the air. But I am not affected by any supply chain crises. I'm not affected by the dock workers strike. And I don't know what your usual order is because we've never worked together on this type of thing. I promise you. Paul with $2 over on PayPal says, one Thai lady boy, please. I don't know what you're talking about. Craig with $20 says, when I donate, I get herpes from chopping wood with my father. See, if you've been around the show for a while, you know that story. That's a classic. Oh, you guys are on pace today, man. Great job. Thank you. 245 away from this morning's goal. We like to be at 250 by 7:30. We're at 245. Get her down to 2. Like I said, if we're in the ones by 8 o'clock, man, I am a happy boy. Keep it coming. You guys have had some great super chats, some great PayPals, some great Rumble rants. Keep them coming. It's what keeps the logs on the fire and keeps this show burning. Let's go to our longshoremen union president. This guy with his expensive glasses and his gold chains talking about how all these dock workers are struggling and I'm going to get money for my guys and this and that. I mean, it's kind of a fucked up place for him to be. I guess I can understand that because on one hand, you have the union president of the dock workers makes $750,000 a year. You know, he's a real everyman. He's got nicer houses than some of these CEOs. So you got this guy makes $750,000 a year. So if you're in the union and your union dues are going towards paying this guy $750,000 a year, to you, this is where this asshole is supposed to earn his money. So he's got to get these guys raises. He's got to get these guys bumps up because they're sitting there going, this fucking rich asshole is making nearly $1 million off my hard work and my ass, but they're going to be a lot happier if they're making $180 a year, over $100 a year by 2025. So that'll justify his $750,000 a year salary. If he doesn't, then these union people are going to turn on him and he's going to be out a $750,000 a year gig. So in a way, he has motivation to shut down the economy and hurt the rest of us. And this has been my constant struggle with unions from day one. I get it. Negotiation in numbers, the ability to strike. It helps you get a better deal. And God knows a lot of these longshoremen have families. They should be able to provide for them. They keep our economy going. They should be rewarded. I don't want to see them replaced by AI or robots. So fight for your rights. I understand that. But they also have an ability to fuck the rest of us over. They know it, and they use that as a bargaining chip. So on one hand, I want them to get what they want. But they can also fuck me over. They know it, and they use that. And it's hard not to resent people who are using you as a middleman pawn because you and I have nothing to do with this. There's nothing you and I can do to stop this. There's nothing you and I can do to make these two sides come together and have an agreement. However, they can hold this whole thing up for their own selfish ambitions, and they can just completely devastate our economy. So, to me, it's hard to find a good guy in this whole longshoreman strike thing. My impulse is to be with the longshoremen, and I want them to get a raise because I think that union president, that fucking Guido Jew guy, I think he's right. I think during COVID, those companies got to stay open and make a shitload more money, and they didn't give any to the workers. And I feel like those guys should probably get a raise. However, I don't think it's going to make you look good when, the people who are consuming these goods look at you like you've been fucking them over. It's difficult. But then again, once you get your raise and you get what you want, it's not a fucking popularity contest. You don't have to give a shit what me or somebody else on the internet thinks. You got your paycheck, your family got their money, your kids can go to a nicer school, so you probably don't give a shit. I just want to see this get wrapped up as soon as possible. I don't care if it helps Trump. I don't care if it helps Biden. I don't give a fuck about the politics. I just don't want the economy to get in worse shape because people are already struggling. Chevrolet JB with $5 says, did not get the email about the next gay twister party. That's because there's no gay twister party, goddamn you. There's no gay twister party. I did try to defend myself on that by saying I didn't say gay twister. And people were like, bro, if you played Twister and you're an adult, that's gay twister. I'm like, you know what? It's not, you're not going to get ahead arguing that point. Tigger next door with $5 says, you messed up my order again. I ordered Japanese and you delivered Thai. I want my money back at this point. Guys, he's talking about food. He's talking about food. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, I donate to Steel Toe. Uh-oh. My chat just went down. There we go. Now it's back. I donate to Steel Toe and get written up for listening to vulgar and obscene language jokes on him. HR found out he was fired. Another win for the toe. Hey! The Steel Toe Morning Show, getting people in trouble at work since 2014. Front Porch Conservative with $4.99 says, when I contribute to Steel Toe, I feel the need to eat queso and bread and see if Aaron is running a special on mail order brides. I got a sale on Swedes. Guys, they're joking. They're telling jokes. I don't have any child brides, or I have no women for sale. I promise you. By the way, that brings us down to 2:30. Hey, it's time to go to the dentist. Sorry. Let's do another $30 in the next 25 minutes, and let's keep this thing on track for today. We're running smooth. Somebody texting in, I lived in New York for 5 years. Fuck those idiots. Okay, so the longshoremen, not popular. King of all Yetis says, hashtag punch a local longshoreman. And he also says, Thai have better snatch. I wouldn't know because I don't engage in that kind of behavior. Honestly, if you're in any union, you should get fucked, says Nana's Clams. Dive Bar says this is extortion. They're scumbags. They all need to die. So you're saying if I play you a clip of the longshoreman president, you're going to get mad? Because I will say this about that longshoreman president. He fucking loves those microphones. He loves talking to the media. It's his chance to play like mafioso tough guy. He gets in front of a microphone, man, and that guy just, hey, your economy, fuck your economy, because, my guys, they deserve more money, and, bada bing, bada boom, if something would have happened to your economy, that'd be a crying shame, It's fucked up. Because he does, I don't like that because he seems to be enjoying the pain he's inflicting, and that's not his job. Somebody else said that he makes $950K a year. Everything I saw yesterday said $750, but we got a little over 800 people checking us out right now. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. Share the show. Let's get back up towards 1,000. We've been chilling in the 9s in our peak. I mean, we'll round up to 1,000, but we've been chilling in the 9s this week. I must not be putting on as good as shows anymore. I'm kidding. A show's fine. Numbers fluctuate. I'm the only Spurg who fucking gets weird about it. At any rate, 2:30 is the number for today. All right, let's check out our local longshoreman representative, the guy just trying to get some money for those hardworking longshoremen, Harold Daggett. Every time this guy opens his mouth, something really distasteful comes out, and it really makes him seem And I know that his job is not to be sensitive to the rest of us, but he really comes off as insensitive to the rest of us. The president of the Longshoremen's Union detailed the grim reality that could be on the horizon should his striking workers not get a new contract. The strike began Tuesday as more than 45,000 members of the International Longshoremen's Association stopped working. It has affected 36 ports from Maine to Texas. Now, I'm sure there's non-union ports, but can they redirect all that traffic to all those other ports? Because up and down the eastern seaboard, 36 ports, I would imagine is like, it's a lot, but that doesn't sound insurmountable when you think of how much coastline there is. But this might surprise a lot of you. I don't know shit about ports. I'm not a portsman. In addition to increased wages, the workers are also seeking protection from automation in the new contract. In the meantime, however, there are concerns that the strike will lead to a shortage of goods and inevitably a rise in inflation. And you know what's really gross is I'm sure some of the politicians running for office, there's some of them that see this as kind of a win for them if this strike continues. And that's kind of a sick thing to think about. On Tuesday, International Longshoremen's Association President Harold Daggett joined the picket line in New Jersey to send a strong message about just how harmful the strike will be if their demands are not met. I mean, but now that's somebody who mentioned extortion earlier. That's hostage taking, right? Going like, oh yeah, we'll make it hurt for you guys if our demands aren't met. Well, that's not how negotiations work. The way negotiations work is I ask for some things and I ask for more than what I want. And then you come back at me and you offer me less than what I want. And then I come back at you, you come back at me, and we meet in the middle. Like I say, I want 60%. I'll give you 20. I want 50%. I'll give you 40. I want 45%, 44.5. Good, done. Let's write it up. We met in the middle, neath that old Georgia pine. But instead, this guy, like I said, I worry that this Daggett guy kind of gets off on the attention he's getting. And he's still cashing his paychecks at $750,000 a year. Are these longshoremen who are striking, are they getting paid? Probably not. But this guy is. He says those greedy companies, see, I have a hard time listening. I don't mind hearing a union worker talk about the greedy companies. I have a hard time listening to some mafia-connected dickbag who makes almost $1 million every year talk about greedy companies. The greedy companies are making billions of dollars, and they don't want to share. Daggett said in an interview posted to NBC's New York TikTok account. That's why we're out here now, fighting for a contract. All right, let's fucking listen to this asshole. I'll take a listen.
Those greedy companies are making billions of dollars, and they don't want to share. That's why we're out here now fighting for a contract. We're going to fight for it, and we're going to win it. Or this portal will never open up again. From here to Houston. I'm not playing games here.
People who do understand what you guys do, and they don't want the economy to shut down, but they don't fully understand the job of the men and women who work
That's
here.
the problem. Nobody knew what the longshoremen were. We didn't get respected, but now we will. Now we will when they find out malls are going to shut down because goods can't come in. Car salesmen are going to get laid off. Well, guess what? Everything that comes in this country comes from the containers off these ships that my men work. And I want the world to know it.
They learned during
Don't come after us saying we're greedy. Go after those greedy that own these companies in Europe. Go after them. They're sitting over there taking $4 billion bonuses for themselves at Christmas time. That's got to stop.
Look, I'm sure a lot of what he says I would be amenable to. But he comes off like a fucking asshole who, wants me to hurt. Dude, if you want to rip on those corporations and, those CEOs, they take home these big bonuses while their workers, go to their credit cards to pay for their kids' Christmas gifts and they spend the rest of the year paying it off. I get it. That fucking sucks. I empathize with you on that. But you take your fucking gun and you turn it on us and you sit there and go, you are going to learn what the longshoremen do. You are going to learn. We're going to fuck you over. You're a car salesman. You're going to lose your fucking job. You work at the mall. We're going to shut you the fuck down. It's like, I thought we were supposed to be focused on these European shipping companies and they were the bad guy. Why are you sitting there putting a fucking gun to our head? That's what I hate about this asshole. This fake well, I shouldn't say fake mafia tough guy. He's been connected to the Genovese crime family. This guy ain't fucking around. But just this whole approach, I find him just, I guess there's no other way to say it. He's a dick. He's a dick and he's extremely unlikable. And it's not that I'm rooting for the shipping companies, but he doesn't necessarily make me want to root against them because he's a fucking asshole. And he's using us as hostages in this. No bank robber, even if you're robbing a bank to pay for your son's heart transplant, and it's a really noble thing you're doing. If you take me as a hostage, I'm not going to like you. You put me in harm's way. So this guy, I don't know. I find him, quite frankly, to be detestable. I find him to be a real bag of shit, this Daggett. And I don't know. The only thing I'm struggling with is is there a non-dickhead way to deal with this? And maybe there is. Again, focus on these shipping companies and the shitheads they are. Show us their compensation packages. Show us that they could be giving your guys more money. But when you come at us and you go, you're going to find out how important we are. Nice economy, fuckface. Be ashamed if something bad would have happened to it. It's like, you're fucking over other union guys. Like union workers who depend on the goods coming off those ships, you're fucking them over too. How about union mechanics? How about UAW workers? You're not fucking them over? You are, and you're bragging about it. Like there's a way to do this without holding the rest of us hostage. Well, there's not really a way to do this without holding the rest of us hostage. There's a way to do it without holding the rest of us hostage and being proud of it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you sucked Nick's dick during Straight Twister? Interesting. No, never. Not once in a million years. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I don't care if you agree or disagree with what they're doing. It's their right to do so. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying this Harold Daggett guy is one of the most unlikable people I've come across in a long time. Suicide Jockey with $5 says, $50 says that Wap Jew beats off while watching Hoffa. I mean, right now, those are all allegations at this point, Suicide Jockey. That's these are mighty serious allegations you're levying. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, wasn't April's pussy a port? In it, I mean, it took loads from everyone. Another $1 from Buffalo Jockey says, you'll survive a slight price bump increase. They got to get these guys... They got to get this thing figured out, but the fucking union head guy is really seeming like I said, like he's enjoying this. Like he's into it. He's like, you know what? Fucking these European shit, like him having the power over the economy is something he's always wanted. Gray Duckling with $5 says, making AI more intriguing. AI doesn't strike or need rest. That's an interesting part of this, too. Let's say you don't get the AI exemption that you're looking for. Like, you can't automate our jobs. One thing's for sure, if you make enemies out of the rest of us, regular Americans, we're going to sit there and go, maybe this AI thing isn't a bad idea. They're not going to be as big a pain in the ass as the longshoremen are. It's possible. Thank you, by the way, for the couple of $5 donations. It puts us at 220 for the day. Hey, guys. 15 minutes away from 8 o'clock. Let's get under that 200 number. This is going great. Thank you, boys and girls. Keep that money rolling in and keep steel toe, man. It's been smoothish today. Another $25 coming in the next 15 minutes. We're still looking good. Thank you for your donations. Keep them coming. We're getting there, and I appreciate it, man. And keep them funny. Keep fucking around. Keep saying hilarious shit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. It's all right there. The links are pinned to the top of the page. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, like every strike, they'll figure it out. Stop overreacting. I don't think I'm overreacting. I'm just taking this guy at his word. Coltrane says, Aaron put a red dot on his asshole and stopped the spinner on dick in red dot. I didn't do that. That's not true. You're telling lies. You're lying about me. You're making shit up. And you won't tell people that you're making shit up. Hey, you guys want to watch California make more fucking terrible decisions? So you know how, they've got the homelessness problem. They've got people leaving the state of California because every time they have a budget shortfall, they go, I know what we'll do. We'll tax the fucking piss out of people. That'll make it good. Well, California has another idea that's going to make those roads and streets so much safer. And we're going to get to it in just a second. First, a couple of text messages. Says, I've heard you pass Finns off as Swedes. I don't traffic people, so I don't pass anybody off as anybody. Another one coming in. There we go. Oh, someone just telling me to do a copyright strike. Fucking you do it if you want to. I don't, again, I can see desperation for what it is. I can see a guy needing me for what it is, and he can't admit it. And that's my favorite part. We'll do the show. We'll make some money. It's not like his fans are going to give me money if I stop him from putting that up there. And plus, all those viewers count as mine. Every time he goes live when I'm live, those are Steel Toe fans. I can say I'm doing, instead of 1,000, I can take his 500 and say, we're doing 1,500. Melton, 9-year-old victim with $5. Oh my goodness. Wow, we have somebody speaking out via Super Chat. Thank you very much, Melton, 9-year-old victim. Oh, by the way, guys, if you gave Super Chats and Rumble Rants and PayPals and you said horrible things about Melton, that would be awful because right now he's not watching his stream. And he's just rebroadcasting this show. So if you guys donated and said horrible shit, that would be, I would actually be really offended by that. That would be terrible. See, there's all kinds of things being said in our chat now that I certainly wouldn't want to hear about myself if I had any dignity. $215 away from today. Keep them coming. Thank you guys for the 5s and 10s. Gray Duckling with $2 says, delay in mail order brides due to the strike. Well, that's terrible for people who deal in mail order brides. Dive Bar with $1 says the Budweiser plant in Baldwinsville, New York, has had automated forklifts for over 20 years. Fuck the longshoremen. I mean, what if they brought out the machines during this strike and just let them do the jobs? And then told the longshoremen, pack it up and go home. And then this Harold Daggett's fucking car got firebombed by his own workers. Papa Shab says Aaron doesn't traffic people. He traffics Somalis. Huge difference. Hey, wait a minute. He said that. I didn't say that. That guy said that. That was Papa Shab, not me. All right, let's go to this California story. As if you didn't want to live in this state bad enough already, listen to what they're going to do with senior citizen drivers. This is a recipe for success, if you ask me.
Take a written test at the DMV. Good news, you no longer have to take a written test at the DMV.
There is a bit of a caveat.
I mean, that sounds like a terrible idea, right? Oh, by the way, Tatler, I'm really sorry about this. Oh, no. Oh, no. The bottle came open nice and neat. Oh. Aaron, you let him down again. That sounds like a terrible idea, right? You don't have to take a written test to renew your license at the DMV. I mean, we don't have to take a written test here in Minnesota. You just go, you have your driver's license. They assume you know how to drive because you've had it before. You take a vision test, you sign some papers, and you go. Well, California has this policy where when you renew your license, you have to take a written test. Well, you don't have to do that anymore, but only for a certain group of drivers.
Here, it's only if you are above a certain age. Your reporter covering Sutter County, Kayla Moeller, is live in Yuba City. Kayla, getting some...
Someone says he cut the feed after you called him out for sniping you. He is scared. Oh, no way. Is that true? Did he really cut it after somebody sent a $5 super chat in that said Melton's 9-year-old victim? Come on, you fucking pussy. Are you kidding me? Now everybody throw in money and shit on Patrick Melton. That's a fucking bitch move. You know how I always call him out that he can't do confrontation, and the second he loses control, he runs like a bitch? That guy's fucking with me, right? That text is not true. He kept his stream up. Tell me he's not a fucking pussy, and he kept that stream up. I refuse to believe that he's that soft of a fucking cunt. No way. $1 from Buffalo Jockey says he's not trafficking anyone that's not brown or black. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't say that. Packer Backer with $5 says Melton blah blah's kids isn't married and puts bananas in his asses. Well, that's certainly an allegation that Hulkamash or that Packer Backer is throwing out there. Buffalo Jockey says they should run credit checks to get a license, obviously to keep certain races off the road. He means races like the Indy 500s. Deutsch Chad says, LOL, Melton, shut it down, gay F. Oh, you fucking bitch. Oh, I hope all the Clippers put this out there. Patrick, if you're just joining us, Patrick Melton was so lazy that he couldn't even get his fat ass out of bed to snipe our show, so he just started rebroadcasting it. So then our fans started making super chats that said Melton, 9-year-old victim, so on and so forth, and he fucking cut the feed when people started making fun of him for that. What a fucking bitch. Oh my, you fucking pussy. Another win for the toe. I own you. I control everything you do. Put the stream back up. Prove to everybody you're not a fucking gay F word and put the stream back up. Come on, bitch. Put it back up. Dance to my tune, bitch. Put it back up there. Come on. Don't be such a pussy. Don't be internet tough guy and then run away the minute we start having fun with you. Oh, man. I'm sorry if you're a Melton fan. You should probably switch over and be a Steel Toe fan. That is a punk bitch move. Oof. Kevin Soundboard says, clearly a grift. He's going to spin it some way like he always does. I'm sure he has something to do at 5:55 a.m. his time. What's the matter? Hey, Patrick, they were just jokes. Come on, man. Don't do it if you can't take it when the heat comes back at you, you fucking pussy. Oh, man. Melton is a fucking seething D word. Yeah, I think so, McBuster. M will be having a breakdown. M will try to spin it some way. Papa Shab says R.I.P. Hunchback. Oh, no. I'm embarrassed for him a little bit. You know what? If we're going to be the crazy beggy grifter show, celebration donations. Let's go. Another win for the Joe. Celebration donations for Steel Toe. And don't stop the Melton jokes. Keep them coming. We're celebrating. We're sack dancing on his fat ass today. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Let's go to this California story. I know some of you don't like all this tap dancing and gloating and shit. So let's get back to the program. We can make fun of California a little bit. Again, driver's tests to renew your license. I don't hate the idea, but they're making exceptions, and you're going to hate who they're making exceptions for. No, not blacks.
Caveat here. It's only if you are above a certain age. Your reporter covering Sutter County, Kayla Moeller.
Did you hear that? Above, not below. Above a certain age. Like if you're below 40, I can see you not having to take a test. Has your driving skill really declined in the last 5 years or whatever? No, we'll give you a vision test. Go take your fucking license and get out of here. But they're saying if you're past a certain age, you don't have to take a written driving test anymore. That's a terrible fucking idea. We have a shitload of really old people who are probably taking this test, somehow passing it, that still shouldn't be on the road. And now not only are you going to keep these people on the road, but you're going to make it easier for them to renew their license. They already have pussy-ass family members who won't take their keys out of their hands. Now you're going to enable them further? The older people get, the less shit I want them legally allowed to do. And now California, it's almost like California is a choose your own adventure story. And they read ahead to see what the worst, most challenging path is. And they purposely take that one.
Is live in Yuba City. Kayla getting some answers on this one.
Yeah, hi.
God, just look at them. Redheads aren't people. There's something off about them. They just look weird. Their complexion, their hair, the way they look. I've got a real, and I know it's a me problem, but I've got a real Third Reichy problem when it comes to people with red hair.
Hi there. I'm in front of the Yuba City DMV, where effective today all across the state, California seniors age 70 and over with a good driving record will no longer be required to take that written test.
Okay, but all old people have a good driving record until they don't. Do you know how many fucking wrinkly old hags that mistake the accelerator for the brake and crash through a CVS had sterling clean records beforehand? That fucking old lady who can barely see over the steering wheel and is driving 45 and a 60 in the left lane, technically her driving record's clean, but she's a fucking danger on the roadways.
When they're trying to renew their license, the DMV says it's all part of an initiative to streamline visits and make things more modern.
Great. Let's streamline visits. I think that's a wonderful idea. Let's lower the lines at the DMV. That sounds great. Anyone 21 years of age to 50, 60 years of age doesn't have to take the written test. You can come in, show us your license, take a quick eye test, and we'll renew your license for you. 70 and over doesn't have to take the test? Do you know how many old people we can kick off the fucking driving rolls? If we can just have them take a test that's way too hard for them and just deny them a driver's license, that would be great.
Now serving B0. The current policy of those 70 and over automatically being required to take a written test is no longer in existence.
The California DMV says it was never the law, just a policy for seniors to take a written test. And that policy is no more, starting October 1st.
Yes. It's like that's such a California thing to do. Take one of the few good policies you have and get rid of it.
Walk in, walk out pretty much.
These Yuba City residents took a trip to renew their licenses today and were pleasantly surprised when they didn't have to take a written test.
It's great. Yes, because I didn't have to go stand in line and wait to take the test and all that. So it was a lot easier.
That's great. Now the rest of us have to drive behind your old ass while you sit there and go, why is everybody driving so fast? They all drive like maniacs. Can I just once see a guy, like I'm driving 8 or 9 miles per hour over the limit in the left lane? I want to see some 82-year-old pass me going 15 over and fucking scooting around and looking at me going, fuck you. I'd like to see that once instead of the same fucking. You ever just get stuck in traffic, or you ever get in traffic? You're in the left lane. You want people to get the fuck out of the way. They don't. You go to the right and pass them, and you just go, I need to get a look at this motherfucker. It's me every time. I need to look at them. I just need to know what they are. And that 5 seconds it takes you to get around them, you're playing the game. Race and gender. Every time. I usually go old woman. And I would say most of the time in Minnesota, it's middle-aged woman that's in your way, or Somali that's in your way. That's usually, growing up in the suburbs and driving on interstates a lot, you come up to St. Cloud and there's just such basic driving shit that people don't know how to do. And you may not empathize with this because you may live in a bigger city, but like I came from a place where we drove into Minneapolis all the time, and you just know how to drive on 94 and 35. Merging. The concept of merging is so simple to me. Yet in this part of the world, it's done by retards. The whole concept of merging is they have a temporary lane, right? They have a lane that ends, right lane ends when you get off the on-ramp, right? You're supposed to use that space to get up to traffic speed, seamlessly move in, you merge properly, and you don't slow down traffic. Fucking St. Cloud, every state highway in this goddamn city, I cannot tell you how many people I have been stuck behind because they get onto that on-ramp area where that lane is and they fucking stop. And they wait. And we sit there until car after car goes by. And it's like, if you would have just hit the fucking gas, you could have go zoop, either right in behind that person or right out in front of that person. Nope. We're going to sit there. Fuck, I should be able to get out of my car and crowbar these motherfuckers. But it's old people is another one. Where, boy, they must think they're flying at 55, but the rest of us are going 72. Get the fuck out of the way.
Why would you be punished by having to go retake all the time?
It's not a punishment. The rest of us are trying to make sure that your old slow ass doesn't get us fucking killed. When you look to your right and turn out onto the highway and you didn't fucking see us and we almost T-bone your ass to death. That's why we want you to take the test.
California DMV estimates by changing the policy, it'll eliminate 50,000 people per month from having to come into the office.
Okay, why don't we keep those 50,000 people a month coming into the office? And why don't we then allow the younger people not to take the test? We're good now.
However, vision exams and updating photos will still require a visit. The DMV says they haven't found any data supporting a written test makes already good drivers better.
If someone's been driving for 15, 30 or more years and has a good driving record, there's no reason to assume that they don't know the rules of the road.
Yeah, there is. They're getting older and they're losing their wits. Again, I would assume that at 50, they wouldn't drive through a fucking pharmacy, but at 80, they did. Maybe we might want to make sure they're up on shit.
Honestly, that does make me a little nervous.
The California DMV says,
fuck Californians and still wearing a mask. God, you guys are the worst. Why can't the longshoremen go out and threaten these people?
those with bad driving records, people who have points from accidents, DUIs, or suspended licenses will still need to take the test. New drivers and drivers new to California will also still be required to take it. But some...
Great, so some asshole who's got a few speeding tickets is going to have to take the test. But grandma who needs new glasses, like the woman in My Cousin Vinny, she can just take the little vision test and she's good.
California drivers aren't so sure doing away with the written test, even for good drivers, is a good idea.
Yeah, I do think it's a little unsafe. I think we need to have that written test at the end of the day.
Right, because if the old people get really shitty at taking tests, we can use that to keep them off the road. That should be what your policy is geared towards. We should have a policy of disenfranchising old drivers. Then that way their parents don't have to have the uncomfortable or their kids don't have to have the uncomfortable conversation of taking their keys away from them. We can let the state do it. Yay, libertarianism. Fuck California, dude. They're always making the wrong move. I'd like to see a California and the worst part is they suck each other's dicks over it. Like they're like, yeah, right? Right? Fucking, did you see the thing we did? Like, yeah, it's a fucking terrible idea. Like, no. It's totally, This is a great idea. You guys are going to love it. No, it's fucking terrible. No, it's great. You don't know what you're talking about. California thinks they're killing it, and the rest of us are insane. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says driving test went out the window when they let women drive. It was obviously a joke at that point. Buffalo Jockey with another $1 says you crashed while texting and driving. Why do you have a license? Shh. Hey, Katniss, remember who the real enemy is. God damn it. Gray Duckling with $2 says delay in mail order prides due to the strike. God damn. Tigger next door with $5 says Aaron looks like he eats Snickers upside down to feel the veiny texture on his tongue. Not only is that incorrect, but it's remarkably hurtful. All right, you guys are at $200 by 8 o'clock. We're in line for today's goal. Please keep it going. $10, $20 at a time. Let's hammer this thing out. Those 5s are doing great too. Even those $1 on Rumble. Man, thanks for just pitching in. You feel like sending a chat? You want to attach $1 or $2 to it? You have no idea what that does for this show. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's keep going. Let's get this down. My goal is $100 by 9 o'clock. I think we can do it. Your generosity and also throw a witty comment in there. And if you don't have a witty comment, just throw us the money and say thanks and we'll move on. It's a great day today. We fucking smoked Melton. He's off the fucking air because we threatened to make jokes about him. We were going to make fun of him. What a fucking pussy. That's why you don't need to own the guy. He just does it to himself. By the way, over 800 of you checking out the show right now. We got lower numbers this week. I'm a little bummed out about it. But you know what it is? Not as much drama going on, and that was feeding a lot of our numbers. Now we're just taking the new audience we have from the drama that hung around. We appreciate it, but, well, you can't force it, right? Just keep throwing in that money, and we'll be fine. We'll be okay over here on the old toe. Okay, here we go. We got another woman who got scammed out of $100,000 in a cryptocurrency scam. Are you ready to not feel sorry about someone? And by the way, MSO says the level of Aaron's ignorance and stupidity never ceases to amaze me. What, on old people? What are you talking about? Dude, you really want olds on the road? To me, old people on the roads are like pit bulls. Are most of them fine and they won't eat a kid? Sure. But the ones who eat a kid are going to be pit bulls. Are most older drivers on the road fine? Yeah. But if we got rid of all of them, would the roads be safer? Yeah, probably. I don't think that's ignorant at all. I think that statement is very back-upable. Real quick, McBuster says Melton is, they are cagey pussies always hiding and scheming because normal society wants him gone. Bapa Shab says old is greater than Haitian. Yeah, if you're new to this country and you're out there driving around, chances are you might be causing some headaches. That's true. That's accurate. All right, you guys throw us some money. Let's get to this scam story. It's really hard for me to ever feel bad for people who get scammed because usually the scams are so easy to detect. Let's see if we can find one where we feel bad for the person.
A Sacramento County woman sharing her story tonight after she says she lost $100,000 in a scam. She tells us a person claiming to be an investor gained her trust over several months, eventually getting her to invest.
Gave her Coke and called her pretty. That's all it took. There you go. $100,000. Like, and all of it probably over the phone and by email. Never give anyone $100,000. Never give anyone money until you meet them in person in an office and there's paperwork and there's all kinds of other shit. I don't care how convincing this person was over the phone. There's no amount of convincing or trustworthy over the phone that will ever make me sympathetic to you getting scammed out of $100,000. You gave your money to a voice on your phone because it told you to. These are people I don't want voting. I don't care if they're Trump. I don't care if they're Harris. I just don't want that brain making decisions that affect the rest of us.
In cryptocurrency, she spoke only to KCRA 3 tonight.
At the time, I was...
That's because KCRA talked to her on the phone for 2 minutes and gained her trust.
Having an issue with my brother got sick. I was very vulnerable, and I was...
By the way, go back just a couple seconds there. Take a look at that. Nice Coach handbag. Oh, it is ripped, though. You think is that a real Coach handbag or is that a fake? That might be a knockoff. I don't think the Coach handbags rip like that. But, like, you're sitting there with a designer handbag. You're throwing around $100,000 to a voice on the phone. And you're like, I just need people to feel bad for me. And just your brother's probably disappointed that you were so reckless with your money. Why didn't you give the $100,000 to your brother?
Hoping to make some money to make my life easier.
You could just literally feel her pain there in that video.
I don't feel her pain at all. I don't feel her pain at all. It was a dumb fucking move. You know what? I can't wait to hear about the scam. Let's hear about it. Fucking wow me and change my mind.
Woman now sharing her story with us tonight in hopes that other people out there don't fall victim.
KCRA 3's Andres Valle sat down with her and shares her story.
I mean, this is like my whole life saving that I lost.
Leah emotional over losing $100,000.
It's nice that they give high school kids reporting jobs.
My family doesn't even know of what happened.
I wouldn't
She
tell
fell
them. I'd
victim
be
to a
ashamed.
cryptocurrency scam that she says spanned several months, connecting with the person who would eventually take her money through LinkedIn.
He reached out.
You gave someone money through LinkedIn. I didn't even know you could give someone money through LinkedIn. And you just handed some fucking guy a bunch of money.
Out to me and was talking about investing. So being the
Okay, red flag number 1. Nobody fucking calls you. Like Edward Jones doesn't cold call and go, you want to give us a bunch of your money? They don't. You seek out an investment person, you go and meet them, you sign a bunch of paperwork, and then you start up your account. Oh, somebody just got a hold of me on Facebook Messenger and asked me if I wanted to make a bunch of money. That's like that, the Facebook scam where people are like, hey, do you want to make an extra $750 a week just sharing my statuses? And then you see people share those statuses and you're like, oh no, I'm friends with a retard. Somebody just called me or messaged me out of nowhere and asked if I would give them a bunch of money. And I thought, he seems like a nice guy.
Age that I am, I was interested.
Leah says this person described himself as an investor with ties to China.
Oh, well then in that case, it sounds legit. Give me your money. I won't abuse it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
He would message her through a business account on LinkedIn and ultimately would move the conversations to the instant messaging platform WhatsApp.
He was guiding me through the crypto and making deposits in my electronic wallet.
Leah says
See, now, this is where you can scam the scammer. Do you have an electronic wallet? Is he making deposits in it? Take his fucking money and go. No legitimate investor guy. You haven't signed any paperwork. There's nothing that says you can't keep his money. Some of these guys, to show you, they play on these people's greed. And you fucking deserve it. They sit there and they go, well, I'll show you. I'll deposit into your wallet. And if they deposit like $5,000 into your wallet, fucking take it and go and spend it before they can get it back. Scam them back.
Conversation started in the summer of 2023 and gained her trust for months until he convinced her to deposit a large amount of money into a crypto account she owned. Then he had her transfer the funds to what she thought would be an investment.
The address.
You could have kept the money in your crypto account and you could have just let it grow or shrink. I mean, it's crypto, so one day you probably made $5,000. The next day you probably lost $5,000. But still, that's the investment, you fucking dipshit. That's the that's how it works. Guys, there is no, I put $1,000 into 3M and then the next day I was a multimillionaire. It doesn't happen. Slow as she goes. That's how investing works. Small little gains over a long period of time. Compounding interest. Compounding gains. Oh, man, it's only 7% at $1,000. Yeah, but every 7 years, that money's going to double. And then another 7 years, that money will double. And another... Fucking hell.
That he gave me must have been for his wallet because it went somewhere.
Her account instantly...
See, that drives me insane. Like the media wants me to feel bad for this woman, and yet she deposits her money into something where she goes, no, I don't know, it must have went somewhere. How are we playing this woman off like she's the victim? She totally deserves this.
Range. The man then blocked her on all social media platforms. Leah says she immediately went to law enforcement.
We'll call these criminals all kinds of names, but stupid is not one. They are very creative.
Are they, though? Are they? I appreciate that, Amar Gandhi. I understand that you're running protection for this woman. Oh, you guys can't see his name. That sounded racist. His name really is Amar Gandhi. But they're not that smart. They don't have to be that smart. It doesn't take intelligence to scam these retards. You just have to be, you have to have an IQ that's over 80 and you're good.
Smart and they're manipulative.
The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office says crimes like these are extremely hard for victims to get any of their money back.
Once that money leaves your account, especially via wire, especially via crypto, crypto was designed to, again, be very untraceable. And that's, again, it's strength and then it's the weakness, of course, if you didn't mean to let that money go.
But it wasn't crypto this wasn't crypto's fault. This woman had a crypto wallet. She could have just kept her money in there. This guy convinced her, put it over here. I'll make it grow even more. He played on her greed, and she fucking bit. I don't feel sorry for her.
Have you lost your trust in everybody?
Definitely. Definitely.
Person you should be mad at is Al Stump. Person you should be losing your trust in is you. You should give up the keys. Lost your trust in other people. You didn't know that people were garbage fucking scumbags to begin with? That's your main problem. I just trusted a guy. Why'd you trust him? Had you met him a couple of times? Like, if you met somebody a bunch of times and they were a licensed broker and you signed papers and they stole your money, I feel bad for you, man. That's a shit situation. But a guy DM'd you on WhatsApp and you gave him $100,000.
There's been no kind of help on what to do next. I mean, all I could do was file a report. That's it. And kiss the money goodbye.
Reporting in Antelope, I'm Andres Valle for KCRA 3 News.
Yeah, I mean, my blood boils at these people because watching these people makes me realize, oh, this is how we got here. Like when you wonder, how did America get to where it is? And then you just look at big, fat people, big, fat, helpless manatees who go, I just gave my money to the stranger. Aren't I just a victim? And then you go, you know what? Like when you see stories like that, you go, you know what? The rest of it makes sense. The rest of it just makes sense. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says people that fall for these scams are retards that fall for couple swapping. Yeah, and fuck those people. Right? Hey, wait a minute. But you mean other people with situations that you don't mean. I mean, hey, but when you get out of the couple swapping, that's at least a good move, right? I mean, the real retard would probably stay in it and think they were actually not trying to besmirch anyone. I'm not, you know what I say? To each their own. To each their own. Stephen Bravo, thank you for gifting a membership over there on YouTube. Guys, we are an even $200 away from today. Do me a favor. Let's drop in a bunch. We are only $200 away from a successful week for the toe. Let's get this thing down. Let's keep dropping it down. Let's jump into that PayPal. What do you say? Or that Venmo. We haven't christened Venmo yet today. Christened PayPal a few times. Let's get PayPal going. Let's get Venmo going. We're $200 away. Let's do this shit, man. It's been a fun show. It's been a high energy show. You got to give me that. We've been winning some victories. Celebrate with me. Throw me $5 or $10. Let's do this thing. Thank you, Stephen Bravo. You know what I appreciate? I appreciate people who bust balls on this show, especially ones that do more than bust balls. They talk shit when I deserve it. And then they throw a membership here and there, or they throw $5 or $10 here or there. I don't mind that. I like that. Number one, it holds you accountable. Number two, they still show, hey, I know I fuck with you a lot, but, here's some of my hard-earned money. I appreciate you doing a show. I like that. Thank you. That's not lost on me, Stephen Bravo. You don't have to be nice all the time. But you're supportive of the program, and you help keep it on the air. And I like that. I appreciate it. Thank you. To all of you, throwing $1, $5, $10, $20. You keep the show on the air, and I appreciate it. Here's the thing I was talking about earlier, the RFK Jr. thing. It's really not lost on me that the minute this guy endorsed Trump, out come the women. That journalist woman who was kind of cute, but she had a massive jawline. Look, beggars can't be choosers. I get it. But you're a Kennedy, Your uncle fucked Marilyn Monroe. Let's have some standards. So RFK Jr. endorses Trump. Now, all of a sudden, he's a philanderer. All of a sudden, he's fucking every woman from L.A. to New York. From, Tampa to Toronto. RFK Jr.'s fucking them all. Interesting. So I'm guessing that the powers that be and the people who run the media just found out about all these people fucking a Kennedy right when he endorsed Trump. I mean, it's not like they were holding on to this information in case he endorsed Trump and hurt their chances of winning. I mean, Kamala Harris's chances of winning. Never. I mean, Mediaite kind of saying the quiet part out loud with this headline. Exclusive. Multiple women claiming romantic relationships with RFK Jr. threaten his standing in Trump orbit. That last part. That's the quiet part out loud. Here's the what. The first part is the what. This part highlighted right here, that's the why. Yeah, that's what it's designed to do. Do you think these women are coming out of the woodwork, or the media is reporting on all these women because, by gosh, by golly, we just want to hold that RFK Jr. accountable? No, they want to threaten his standing in the Trump orbit. That's all it is. Like, unfortunately, we've all learned in our old age now that there's not one single story the media reports on that there's not a hidden reason as to why they're reporting it. And boy, what a better world we would live in if the media would just admit their biases, admit why they're reporting something. All I want in life, a lot of people have this Pollyannish view where they're like, I wish everyone was just fair. And I don't even want that. I just want the heels to be heels, and I want the baby faces to be baby faces and admit what they do. You know, I want them to, I don't want them breaking kayfabe. All right? No breaking kayfabe. I'm telling you, you gotta just stick to what you're doing. So if you want to fuck up Trump, be like, hey, we're reporting this RFK Jr. story because we think it's really going to fuck up Trump. All right, I respect that. But like when you do this and you make the rest of us do the legwork and then you act like we're crazy when we figure it out, that's like that spouse or that girlfriend who knows you're cheating. Not that I would know anything about this. They know you're cheating, so they call you out for it and then you get mad at them. It's like, yeah, but they called you out right. And now you're getting pissed because you got figured out. But you're making them feel like they're doing something crazy. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, do you honestly think it matters who becomes the next puppet in the White House? No, of course not. Of course I know it doesn't matter. But at the same time, there are margins these guys can fuck with. Like, Trump can cut taxes. Trump can eliminate some regulations. And Kamala Harris can raise taxes. And Kamala Harris can fuck around with some regulations that hurt everyday people. When it comes to Ukraine and Israel and all that shit, do I think they make a piece of shit worth a difference? No, absolutely not. Do I think a lot of the military types want Trump in there? No, because I think they want to start wars and Trump is going to fight them on it. By the way, thank you to Royston S. Bailey with $2, says more Melton meltdowns. I mean, he really made an ass of himself today. I think that's wonderful. Stephen Bravo with a gifted membership. Thank you, buddy. Dr. Silverwolf with a gifted membership. And Corn Pop with $1.99 says, you are my hero. Thank you, buddy. We are $1.90 away from today. Keep it going, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get this thing down there. Let's get it down there. Hit like, hit subscribe. Appreciate what you guys are doing today. We're less than 200 away from making it another successful week for the toe. So at least 3 women are claiming they have had romantic relationships with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the last year as he pursued a long shot bid for the presidency. Huh. So these women came forward after Robert F. Kennedy started running for president. But yet you're just reporting on it a month or so after he endorsed Donald Trump. You know what? Probably just a busy news time, with the Diddy thing and, is Taylor Swift at the football games. And, there's a lot of things that are really important. So they just couldn't quite get around to the RFK Jr. thing until after he endorsed Donald Trump. I mean, I'm sure if he would have endorsed Kamala Harris, I'm positive that they still would have come out with these stories, right? Because it's about, getting the truth out to the American people, right? Hillary's emails, right? Hunter Biden's laptop, right? Trump had hookers pee on a bed in Russia. It's all about getting the truth out to the people. Now, people close to Kennedy now fear the revelation of those alleged relationships could jeopardize his standing in Donald Trump's orbit. Yeah, because if there's one thing Donald Trump won't tolerate, it's fucking around on the wives. Dude, really, I mean, if anything, like fucking around on your wife it might endear you and make you closer to Donald Trump. If anything, this should be like the deep state psyop. Like, hey, Rob, we're going to come out. I know you really secretly want to fuck Trump up. We're going to come out and say that you fucked around with a bunch of bitches. And then Trump's going to bring you in even closer and go, you know, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, but I love pussy. You and I are going to have a great time. Then you're going to get close and you're going to burn this guy from the inside. I don't know if really, you know, being a fucking pussy hound is the way to, you know, fall out of Trump's good graces. Stephen Bravo with $5 says sticking it to Melton and fuck Geno Bisconti. Well, that second part is a little rich, but thank you. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Trump printed $6.6 trillion in 1 month alone. I think he's talking about the COVID checks. That leads to more inflation, a.k.a. a tax increase on the working class. How many wars did Trump end? How many leaders did he assistant? Do you mean assassinate? I'm not being a dick. I'm asking because you could mean assist. You could mean assassinate. But I don't think you meant assistant. Yeah, the $6.6 trillion. I mean, look, Trump cut a shitload of taxes and he didn't pay for them by cutting spending. I hate that. I hate that people sit there and go, Trump never started any new wars. What a shitty measuring stick for a good president, right? Like, oh, he didn't start any new ones. But, I mean, you could argue he ended Afghanistan. He signed the agreement, and then we ended it a little bit after he was done. But, yeah, I mean, the idea that, like, we didn't leave anywhere while he was president. Oh, but we didn't go into anywhere new. I mean, if that's the standard we're playing by, let's shut the doors, man. Let's shut the doors. But I think with... you know, I don't think Trump is the answer that people think he is. But at the same time, I think that it's better than what these other people are going, because the other people are just going to be a rubber stamp for the military-industrial complex. Trump will push back a little bit, not because he's brave and whatever. He wants his way. You know, he's one of those guys who thinks he's actually in charge, which I guess I kind of appreciate in a way. Stephen Bravo gifting another membership. Hey, thanks, guys, for all these gifted memberships. I appreciate it. 185 away from today's goal. Let's wrap up the week strong, man. Let's get down to 0 on that last goal. Let's call it another great week for the toe. The evening show knocked out what the morning show left out there last night. Thank you so much for that. So now, 2 sources with direct knowledge of the 3 women's accounts confirmed to Mediaite the existence of their claims. Mediaite also reviewed and obtained texts from a woman in which she detailed an alleged relationship with Kennedy this year. All 3 women who knew Kennedy through Children's Health Defense, an anti-vaccine group he chairs. So they're gonna dirty up the anti-vaccine stuff too with this. See, they're smart. Have been sharing their alleged experiences in text messages with others in the wake of the scandal involving Kennedy and New York Magazine correspondent Olivia Nuzzi. You know, I know we have a lot of we have a lot of stories about politicians being secret pedos, and we have stories about politicians being secret gay, but it's like, even the ones that are supposedly normal, like being in politics, I think there's just a high, like being in that line of work, you're probably a fuckboy. You know, you're a power person, right? You're all about power. If you're in politics, you want to keep accumulating more power. I mean, sex is power for a lot of people. So if a guy's like ambitious to climb the political ranks, it probably stands a good chance he likes to fuck. I'm trying to think of one president we've had that wasn't either gay or liked to fuck or had some kind of, you know, some kind of a poonhound reputation. Like Obama, you can't convince me he's not gay. I think Barack Obama's gay. I could be wrong, whatever. Donald Trump, lots of pussy. I mean, paying women to shut up about taking his dick. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. apparently slays pussy even when he's 70 years old. George W. Bush, I don't know. George W. Bush might be one of the rare exceptions, but he got rock hard by bombing the fuck out of people. And I don't know if that's necessarily better. Jimmy Carter was one of those guys, that Playboy interview where he said, I have lust in my heart. Even he liked pussy. Bill Clinton, do we even need to? But you could argue, okay, Jimmy Carter had lust in his heart, but he didn't fuck around, Aaron, so therefore he wasn't a pussy guy. He was also a one-term president. Maybe that has something to do with it. Nixon, I don't know. Maybe it falls apart. Maybe my thesis falls apart a little bit here, but I think if you go into politics and you like to climb the ladder, I think you're also probably maybe not a full-blown sex addict, but you've got some sexual hangups. I think it just goes with the power. Yeah, 09 Canyon says power, risk, thrills. It makes sense that they have an outlet of some kind. Sex isn't the worst thing they could do. I mean, yeah, dude, I'd love to have a president who loves pussy more than he loves bombing brown people and racking up debt. That would be great. If I could have a president where there's a sex scandal every quarter, but we have no wars and the budget is balanced, fuck away in whatever way you want. Like you want fucking chains and leather and all that. Go fucking bananas as long as we're not bombing anybody, we're cutting taxes, and we're balancing the budget. I guess I'm okay with that. Stephen Bravo becoming a Baby Boot member. Thank you, buddy. And also dropping another membership on us. Hey, Stephen Bravo is becoming the dude today. Thank you, pal. We're 180 away. Buffalo Jockey says Trump will surround himself with horrific war pigs again like the first time. He'll ignore people, RFK and Elon Musk, because he wants losers. That'll stroke his ego. Dead Game says Nixon said, what about Bohemian Grove? Yeah, what was that? What was the thing he said? He called the Bohemian Grove like a bunch of queers or something, like biggest goddamn group of fags I've ever seen. I got it. Nixon. We have audio of that, right? Nixon Bohemian Grove quote. The Bohemian Grove, which I attend from time to time, it's the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine with that San Francisco crowd. I loved Nixon because he hated all the elitism in America, and he recorded everything he ever did because he was paranoid as fuck. And boy, did he hate the coastal elites. And that's why they had to shut him down. That's why they had to go get Nixon. Because Nixon, you know, he didn't like those Kansas City show folk fags. Thank you, Stephen Bravo, for gifting 5 memberships. Easy Money's wife shipping in $9.99. Guys, guess what? We're 165 away from doing it. Hey, get us down to 100 by 9 o'clock. That would be my fucking dream, man. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Keep it going, guys. Put such a big smile on my face. You guys donating and being cool while we're talking shit about the news. That's what makes this my dream job. Thanks for knocking it down. 165 away. Keep it going. Biggest goddamn faggy thing I've ever seen this side of San Francisco. All those San Francisco homos in there. I feel like Nixon would have been such a cool guy to hang out with. Nixon gets a bad rap because people think that, like, he actually was like this crooked, evil guy. He wasn't. He was set up by the CIA. They didn't like how popular he was. He called the head of the CIA into his office to tell them that, you know, he's gonna look back into the Kennedy shit. And then after that, they're like, well, we can't blow 2 presidents' heads off in the same decade. What do you say we do a soft kill with this guy? And they did. And it's not like Nixon wasn't a globalist. Like, look at the shit he did with China. It just goes to show you can do these guys that are really in charge. You can do them favors. But it's like the mafia. You deny one favor, they'll fucking kill you. And that's what that's what happened to Nixon. He said, we're going to open up the Kennedy shit, and he ended Vietnam. And the military-industrial complex did not want to end Vietnam. They were the ones who were still hanging in there going, oh, if you just let the military do their jobs, we'll win in Vietnam. You out of your fucking mind? First of all, you're fighting the North in the South. And the South doesn't like you. There's no way you're going to win this thing. You don't have the support of the people. But Nixon had to go. What was it? He also eliminated the gold standard for the Jews, says Papa Shop. Yeah. Look, he did some fucked up shit. He did some shit that was bad. Some of the stuff he did on healthcare was bad. You know, the China stuff, you can make an argument. He's not the worst on China, but he was not great. One thing I do like about Reagan is he would call out communism. You know, he's not like, we need to work with communism or we need to open our ports and this and that. He was like, nah, they're an evil empire. Fuck these assholes. We're going to spend them into oblivion. And don't get me wrong. Reagan did a lot of damage to the United States trying to kill the Soviet Union. It was a big gamble and it paid off, but at least he was one of the, at least he was somebody who called them out and told them they were dog shit to their face. Coltrane says Trump said the same thing about the Kennedy assassination after the first attempt on him. 2 months later, second attempt. Yeah. They really don't want us looking into that Kennedy assassination. I wonder why. This is a funny moment from CNN yesterday. Let's get into the silly part of the news. I love shitting on the media, and it's fun to watch them just run protection for Kamala Harris and pretend they're being fair. Like I said, I think they'd embarrass themselves a lot less if they just came out and like I said, they just said, look, we're in the tank for Kamala Harris. We hate Donald Trump, and that's how we're going to report this shit. But instead, they bring people on. They try to have these, quote, honest conversations, and then they just end up running cover, and it looks weird. Let's go to the texts real quick. Aaron, that scam story really scared me away from donating. How do I know you aren't Nigerian? Find out. Go to PayPal, go to Streamlabs. Let's finish off this $165 goal and call it a successful week for the toe. And we'll find out if I'm Nigerian or not. I promise. We'll find out if I'm Nigerian. We're 165 away from hammering this thing out. Yeah, just go click one of those links, guys. Let's do it $5-10 at a time. And let's knock out our last goal of the week. Here's Jim Acosta, who, Jim Acosta, we all know, despises Donald Trump. Donald Trump busted Acosta's balls all the time in the press room when they would have press conferences. So much so, I think Donald Trump even dismissed him at one point. He just said, get the fuck out of here. So, Jim Acosta also has a giant ego, and he's a total dick. And he holds grudges. You know he does. So he has this Trump ally, this congressman on. And this congressman wants to talk about all the crimes being committed by illegals and how we might be able to cut down on crime if we cut down on illegal immigration. Watch what Jim Acosta decides to focus on during this debate about crime.
You know what I can say, Jim? I can say that 13,099 murderers were let into this country, 16,000 rapists, 425,000 people.
And a partridge in a pear tree. I mean, it's madness.
In the last 4 years have been let into this country by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's own Customs and Border Protection that are running around this country, Jim.
The other thing, too, it's Kamala Harris.
Crimes.
I don't know. Why do you guys say Kamala? That is, it's Kamala Harris.
Jim,
Hey, Jim, we let tens of thousands of murderers and rapists and human traffickers into our country under Kamala Harris. Hey, man. Hey. You're slightly mispronouncing her name. You're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. And God damn it, we need to stop everything we're doing on this network and talk. The guy is raising points that the media, you don't need to run protection for Kamala Harris, Jim. You don't need to suck her fucking nipples every day. You could just be a newsman, ask the guy the question, accept his answer, move on and go interview somebody else. Instead, this guy brings up very good points about Kamala Harris, brings up very good points that are, to quote Jim Carrey, devastating to her case. And you sit there and you go, I can't believe you would pronounce her name that way. Fuck you, Jimmy.
we know that they're committing crimes against Americans. Why can't these individuals, talk about the individuals who've been killed by illegal immigrants. 13,099 murderers have been let into this country by this administration's own accounting, and you guys don't want to talk about it.
Yes. No, Corey, you're right. They don't want to talk about it. But here's my problem. You guys keep going on these fucking shows. This is my problem with Republicans. You guys keep going on there thinking they're going to give you a fair shake. Why do you guys keep going on CNN? Nobody watches it. You go on there and you think, I'm going to out-debate them. I'm going to speak the truth. They're just going to try and make you look like a racist, like Jim Acosta just did. They're going to try to, they're not going to pay attention or repeat anything you said. And the minute you leave, they're just going to start running you down like a bunch of chicken shits. So don't go on their network. Starve them of the content. Make them an echo chamber. People won't watch it. They're already not watching it. By the way, anybody else thinking they let 13,999 murderers in, here's how you know you're more of an autist than you are a politician. If you're like, God, it's really bothering me that they didn't let one more murderer in, because 13,999 really feels like a made-up number. 14,000 I can wrap my head around. We let 14,000 murderers across the border. That's fucking terrible. That sounds bad. We let 13,999 murderers across the border. Well, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. You couldn't bring one more in? I mean, it's gnawing at me a little bit. But for Jim Acosta to hear this guy give all these statistics on illegal immigration, he knows he can't refute it. He knows he can't counter it. So instead, he just goes, hey, Corey, real talk for a second, buddy. It's Kamala. And to be really honest with you, it fucking hurts my feelings that you would say that shit about her. I mean, you're mispronouncing her name, and it's terrible. Bigot on socialist media says he doesn't give a shit. That's why he won't talk about it. Like, why have the guy on? Okay, I can see both sides. If you're a Republican, why would you go on that show? They're not going to listen, and they're just going to paint you as a psycho racist. If you're CNN, why bother having these guys on when you don't want to hear what they have to say, and you have to do this spin thing where you're going to have to trick your audience into thinking they didn't hear that anyway? Then just don't put them on. You know, oh, well, we want to appear fair. Bro, that ship has sailed. Nobody thinks CNN is fair. Coltrane says, read my fucking Rumble rant. You skipped it, asshole. All right, let's see. Coltrane with $1 says Trump should have never signed those COVID bills. People would have went broke and demanded to go back to work and enabled states to be more tyrannical. I didn't see a Democrat vote against it. Well, they didn't. There weren't any Democrats that voted against it at all. Democrats wanted to shut down the economy because the economy was looking really good for Donald Trump. The economy was a win for Trump. Shutting it down. You see, they still do it today with the debates and stuff. They'll go, Donald Trump lost X amount of millions of jobs during his tenure as president. It's just terrible. And it's like, well, that's because all your governors told people they couldn't go to work because of the sniffles. Like that. And by the way, there's no amount of like saying that's going to convince the people that don't like him. Like everybody's dug in. It's funny how misinformation only cuts one way. Like you don't get to call it misinformation when people mislead you on the job statistics from COVID. It's only misinformation when Trump says something that needs more context. Somebody texting in saying, Aaron, this is the president of Nigeria. I need $100,000 in crypto, and I will give you Nigerian passport and 2025 BMW. Another win for the toe. Message me on Telegram. Oh, shit, you guys, I got to cut today's show short. I got a guy in Nigeria who wants me to give him $100,000, and I'm going to make a fucking killing and get a Beamer. You know what? I'll stick around. We'll knock out this $165 goal, and then I'll go get my money from the Nigerians. Do you think you guys could get this down to 100 by 9 o'clock? That'd be fucking aces. If you got 10, 20 bucks you can throw at Steel Toe right now, I'd appreciate it. That's awesome. We're 165 away. We're still doing pretty solid. I like the job you guys have done today. It's been minimal begging for it. It's been a smooth show. Let's finish strong. Finish strong. You got a couple of bucks to throw at us. Take a break from work. Throw us a few bucks. Gift some memberships, whatever. We can do this thing. Thank you. 165. Buffalo Jockey with another $1 says the only Republican that was against COVID lockdowns was Kristi Noem. Sure, she shot a puppy, but oh well. Dude, I'm totally fine with chicks shooting dogs as long as they don't lock down the economy. If those are my choices. Like I don't like the idea of people shooting dogs. I mean, well, most breeds. But if you tell me, hey man, this person's going to be your representative and they're going to shoot a puppy, I'm like, oh, that's not good. I don't want to vote for somebody who's going to shoot a puppy. It's like, yeah, but the other person is going to shut down the economy if there's a virus. I'm like, all right, I'll take the puppy killer. That's fine. Can you make the puppy a pit bull? No, we can't. All right, well, look, you can't blame me for asking. I'm just, I'm like that longshoremen president, just trying to get what I can for my guys. That's all. Coltrane wanted to clarify something. He said, my point of saying Democrats didn't vote against it because they tried putting the blame on him for the debt increases. Well, yeah, I mean, it was an op. They were trying to dirty him up, and they succeeded. Corn Pop with $1.99. Thank you. Thank you for the $1.99. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. You guys all chip in a little bit at a time. The more of you who chip in, the less it's going to take. Thank you very much. Let's get that 165 knocked out, and let's call it a win. That's it for the week. That's our number for the week. We're good if we hammer that out. Let's talk about this new Justice Department filing. I think this is our last big political story of the day. That we've got a principal in Washington who's on leave after he made some swastika comments that people didn't appreciate. I love when people, like small town people, get in trouble for shit that they didn't even need to answer. It's like if somebody asks you a question about the swastika or the Nazis, or if you find yourself in a public setting talking about the swastika or the Nazis, just take a breath and be like, this isn't really a thought that needs to be shared. I don't need, the funny thing about the swastika is never mind. I just brain fart for a second. There's nothing funny about the swastika. Because some people want to go, well, it is the Hindu symbol for peace. I'm like, yeah, it also was hanging above Auschwitz. I mean, which one wins? Iron Gate beats shitting in the river. The swastika kind of got co-opted, no offense. 191 Redbird with $5. Thank you very much. Ooh, a $5 drop. Hey, man, that gets us to 160. Keep it going, guys. Do you think that we can get to 100? Think you got $60 in you in the next 10 minutes? I would appreciate it. And Johnny would appreciate it, and Matt would appreciate it. 191 Redbird says this should kill your good mood. Oh, yeah, I saw this too. Harold Daggett, that union boss we've been talking about who wants to cripple the economy, lives in a 7,136 square foot Tudor-style home by a covered skyway. He has a British luxury car, a 5-car garage. You guys want to see? This is going to make you mad. I don't want to piss you guys off, but this is where Harold Daggett lives. Dude, his garage is bigger than a lot of people's houses. And by the way, he makes $750,000 a year. Now, don't get me wrong. $750,000 a year is a sweet chunk of change. But this property might be a little more. You think all his income is on the books? This is a guy with ties to the Genovese crime family. You think that this $750,000 a year is paying for fucking Evander Holyfield's house here? I don't know. That looks like a house that athletes and actors who make tens of millions a year live in. I'm not here to make controversial statements today. I'm not here to say things that really blow your hair back and make you go, wow, Aaron, you're really going out on a limb. But something tells me this longshoreman union guy with ties to the Genovese crime family might not be reporting all of his income to the IRS. I'm just looking at his home. You know what? Maybe he has roommates. Look at that. Yeah, that's what $750,000 a year will buy you. The fuck is that? That looks like, see, now that looks like a hostage den. That looks like where he keeps the CEOs if they don't give him the raises. Nice little fireplace outside by the, is that the pool or the hot? That one might be the hot tub. Nice little fireplace by the hot tub. Oh, no, it's a brick oven pizza oven. Wow. I'm sorry for just calling it a fireplace. Oh, he has a skyway to his garage, an outdoor bar, brick pizza oven, swimming pool with a very nice cover, a 5-car garage. Oh, that the hostage den was the outdoor sauna. Oh, man. Well, you think with a sauna, this guy would be a little thinner. Then again, he does have the brick oven, the brick pizza oven. So that's where the union guy who's threatening to shut down the economy, that's where Harold Daggett lives. Good. You know, I'm glad that our union bosses with organized crime connections can live in luxury. You know, we don't want them being uncomfortable while they're threatening to shut down the economy. Sam Show writes, roof looks like shit. I fucking love that people are still finding things to shit on about it, though. That's nice. Hey, man, look at this fucking house that this guy who makes $750,000 a year lives in. Doesn't that seem a little posh for under $1 million a year? Roof. Shitty roof having queer. That house sucks. It's gay. I love Sam Show. Dive Bar with $2 says the union guy has a British car. Enough said. Interesting, right? Well, he's not necessarily a made in America guy. If we made everything in America, his guys would go out of business. You know? Spit Dragon says, jealous? That money belongs to us, not me or him. Shut the fuck up, socialist. Who's the socialist? Me? I'm just making fun of the guy. I don't have a fucking dog in the fight other than I'm not going to be able to buy shit. Bappa Shab says, watching him stone-faced next to a bunch of worthless respirators was fucking hilarious. He didn't get to pocket the money. What? Him standing next to a bunch? I hate when I fall behind in the chat. I get really fucking confused. He bought a gay-ass Bentley. Suicide Jockey says, but he has the best gabagool. Oh, Geese Artel informing us that house actually fell off a truck. Oh, well, that makes sense then. Here I thought he bought that multi-million-dollar house that someone on that salary might not be able to afford. I didn't know it fell off a truck. Yeah, and like Sam Show says, the roof got all fucked up, so he got it for a steal. I get it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, my wife and I seriously looked at moving to South Dakota just because of the governor. At the end of the day, South Dakota is a shit home. That's just it. People are like, oh, man, the taxes in South Dakota are fucking low, and it's so cheap to live in South Dakota. Right, yeah. It has to be cheap to live in South Dakota. They have to lure you into living in fucking South Dakota. That's why. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there. Valhalla Vince TTV with $4.99. Thank you, pal. He says, Gatto, would you rather for you? Ooh, okay. Trump gets elected as president or Kamala gets elected, but the Vikings win the Super Bowl. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you fucking... Trump gets elected or Kamala gets elected, but the Vikings win the Super Bowl. Okay, let me clarify, Valhalla Vince. If Trump wins, the Vikings cannot win the Super Bowl. They absolutely will not, cannot. There's no fucking way. Or is it, if Trump wins, it's up to chance, but if Kamala wins, we're guaranteed to win a Super Bowl? Oh, man, I am such a big football mark. This sucks. By the way, we're 155 away from today's goal. It doesn't look like we're going to get to 100 by 9 o'clock, but hey, guys, rally up. We're getting close. I really love knocking out that goal with minimal begging or whatever. Let's just do a good show and keep the laughs coming today. We're 155 away. Let's do this. Let's get it done. 155 is the number. Rally up. All right, I'll answer your query. I'll take Kamala Harris as president if the Vikings win the Super Bowl. Do you know how happy I would be if the Vikings win the Super Bowl? Do you know how thrilled I would be about that if the Vikings could take home the Lombardi Trophy? Do you know the amount? You think that a Kamala Harris presidency is the low I will stoop to? The lowest I will stoop to get a Vikings Super Bowl? Oh, buddy. Buddy, we're going to go way lower than that. Text coming in, a decapitated horse head will be found on Aaron's bed right after shitting on the union boss in 3, 2, 1. I hope not. I love that guy. I think he's great. Harold Daggett rules, man. He's the best. I was just fucking around, right, Harold? It's these commies in my chat. They're the real problem. All right, guys, keep the super chats and the PayPals and the Venmos and the Rumble rants coming in. We need them. It's our last YouTube show of the week, thus our last need it goal of the week, and you guys are getting it down there. Bombshell new job. So let's go to the Donald Trump Justice Department report. Oh my God! This Donald Trump report that Jack White came out with, I think this is the one that's finally going to do him in. Sorry, I like doing that from time to time. This is the wildest time to follow an election because it's just we're living in a time where you just wish people would admit what they're doing. Like this Jack Smith is so clearly butthurt by what the Supreme Court did. And again, I don't agree with the Supreme Court's decision. I think that decision to give Biden and Trump and every president from now on the power to break the law as long as they're acting as president. Nonviolent felonies? Like you can't be like, we're here at the Easter egg hunt, the White House Easter egg roll, and then just fucking stab your defense secretary because he's not doing what you want. Like you can't do that. They can throw you in prison for ritualistically sacrificing your defense secretary. Unless the military-industrial complex wanted to go to war with Iran and he didn't. Then I think you can get away with it. But I don't like the ruling that the president can break the law in that way. But it was the ruling. And Jack Smith was really fucking butthurt by it because he was going after Trump for January 6th and the election stuff. Problem was, Trump was doing his job as president. So they had to drop the charges. He ain't giving up. He sees that Trump isn't getting killed by Kamala Harris in the polls. It's way too fucking close. And I'll tell you, man, I think the Democrats and I think this deep state, they're not going to stop at like trying to rig the mail-in ballots. I don't think they're going to stop at fucking around with the election shit. They're going to do all hands on deck, and they're going to hammer this guy as hard as they can. They're going to go, you know what? We cannot risk him winning. Even if we think we've got him down, we've got to keep kicking him. So Jack Smith, the special prosecutor, came up with a bunch more shit. Like a bunch of stuff, like 120 pages of evidence. And I'm telling you, man, this evidence is the most hearsay shit you've ever seen. It's so embarrassing. We watched some of it last night, and more's come out today. It's just, so-and-so was there, and they say that they heard a guy say that Trump said, and it's like, really? This is what we're doing? This is how desperate we are? Can't you just come up with some fucking ideas on how to help the country? Nah. That's probably the funniest thing I've said all day. Let's see what they've got on Trump. I'm sure this is totally not a witch hunt, and all of this is on the up and up.
People's grand jury testimony, as well as interviews people gave to the FBI, and also search warrants, things that they did, like search Donald Trump's Twitter account. And so when you...
They took 1,000 bottles of lube out of P. Diddy's house and a bunch of other shit. And now this woman, the CNN senior crime and justice reporter, is going, and by the way, she looks like someone who would hate Donald Trump. I mean, that's just the face of a woman who would. But she's sitting there going, oh my God, you guys, you wouldn't believe it. This is amazing. They got search warrants for all kinds of stuff, like Trump's Twitter account. Meanwhile, they searched Joe Biden's fucking garage and he's got classified documents in the trunk of his fucking Camaro or Corvette or whatever it was. Whatever poor person's sports car that he has. And that's nothing. Nothing comes of that. And they rule, well, we can't charge him for that because he's too fucking senile to know he was doing anything wrong. Oh, that's wonderful. But with Trump, this woman's creaming in her fucking sweaty panties going, oh, they got a warrant to search his Twitter account. You don't need a fucking warrant to search somebody's Twitter account. It's on fucking Twitter, you retard. Give us money. I'm going to have an aneurysm.
You put this all together, you get evidence we have never actually seen before. Mike Pence did testify to the grand jury, but Boris and Brianna, we have no idea what he said in there because...
We got his Twitter account. We've got things we've never heard before. You know why we've never heard them? Because they're fucking hearsay and they're not important. This guy said that Trump said this thing. We looked at his Twitter account. Oh, Mike Pence testified. What did he say? Well, we don't really know. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you. That's Caitlin. That was wonderful reporting. You've done fantastic work.
He's never testified publicly about this before.
Yeah, very interesting. Paula, so what is ahead here?
So
it will be us witch hunting this motherfucker for another month and then trying desperately to subvert as much of his voter turnout as we fucking can and making sure that he can't come in for another 4 years and slow down our plans. And that's just it. Trump can't stop anything these people want to do, but they are so terrified of him slowing it down for 4 years that they're willing to throw all this shit at him.
I think what you're going to see is this is going to go from the court of law to the court of public opinion. And I would expect that the former president, as his attorneys have, he will try to argue that releasing this is some form of election interference. Again, this case is not.
Right. And in no way could it actually be election interference. That would be crazy. I mean, 30 days before an election, just dropping hundreds of pages of shit talking about the president on January 6th. In no way could that be seen as us fucking around with the election. This is all in the name of justice. By the way, coming from the same group of people who say, you can't elect this guy president, he'll have legal witch hunts of all his enemies. Project much?
Not expected to go to trial anytime soon. If former President Trump is reelected, this case is expected to be dismissed by his attorney general. So
I'm going to say right now that I don't think this is a case that we need to be pursuing. If they put RFK Jr. in the cabinet and they don't let him come out to Kennedy's music, it's a sin.
The idea of releasing a long narrative like this from prosecutors, highly unusual, and his lawyers have argued, as they really have in all of his criminal cases, that any effort to release additional evidence is an effort to interfere with the election. Now, look, there's...
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it not good that they're calling you out for the shit you're doing? Look at the fucking eye rolls they do, too, when they say that. Whenever they read unsubstantiated horseshit about Trump, they're like, oh, you saw that fat lady, her whole face was shaking. You wouldn't believe the stuff we saw. But then this woman goes, yeah, the fucking Trump lawyers, they're just going to say it's election interference. It's like, passive-aggressive twats.
No precedence for this. I mean, this is just such an extraordinary circumstance, but I think that's what you're going to see next. The former president is going to argue that allowing even a redacted version of this filing to be released to the public is going to potentially hurt him in the election, and that this is part of this larger conspiracy that he alleges by...
Right, that crazy conspiracy, because it's not like... I mean, you guys are all very honest on that side of things. I mean, like, when the Hunter Biden laptop came out during the last election, you guys brought that to the forefront and just reported it as the fact that, well, oh, that's right, you banned people from social media for even sharing the link, and you said it was all Russian disinformation. That's right. But all this hearsay that you've got, that's solid gold.
judges by prosecutors to hurt his chances in November. So I would expect that after initially we look and find the new details, I think that this is absolutely going to be used again in the court of public opinion to once again try to frame the former.
The DOJ, yeah, in their filings, they said Trump resorted to crimes to stay in office. No, he fucking didn't. For number one, he didn't stay in office. Number two, he brought lawsuits to say that we have evidence of election irregularities, and the courts wouldn't even hear it because if they heard it, they would have to make that evidence public. This is where it's fucking bullshit. He had fucking evidence to show that shit was weird with voting machines, with mail-in ballots. He had the evidence to show that it was fucky. And the court said, we're not going to hear it. And then the media turned that into, well, they looked at his evidence and it showed he had nothing. That's a fucking lie. You talk about fact-checking, fact-check your own horse shit. They didn't look at the evidence. They wouldn't even hear the case so that the evidence couldn't become a matter of public record and the rest of us couldn't read it. That's what happened. And then they worked with social media to ban people, or on YouTube to ban people if they said anything about the election. And then what did Trump do on January 20th and not a minute later? He gave up power. This cry bully shit infuriates me. You guys get to push everybody around. You fucking get your way, and then you cry victim. It's bullshit.
President as a martyr or a victim of the justice system.
He is.
CNN's Evan Perez.
Do you know how hard it is? Let me put it this way. You know how hard it is to make Trump look like a victim or make him sympathetic? You do it.
Also with us. Evan, obviously, this is notable given the longstanding DOJ policy around prosecutions on figures that on candidates close to election time.
Right, like Hillary Clinton's emails or, again, Hunter Biden's laptop. Right, they sweep that shit under the rug and they don't prosecute or do anything unless it's Donald Trump and they don't want him in there. The fact that there's people that live near me or that I know or that there's hundreds of millions of people in this country who don't think that this is what's happening is so maddening to me. I don't care if you vote for Kamala Harris. I don't care if you don't agree with what certain people say. But at least have your fucking eyes open and admit what shit is. I feel like Trump voters do a lot better job of admitting that, yeah, this guy's kind of a carnival barker, and yeah, this guy's kind of a showman, and he's kind of full of shit, but I'm voting for him. Kamala Harris supporters will not vote that these, or will not even admit that the person they're voting for is fucking dirty, and the side that they play for is fucking dirty.
But this isn't exactly a new prosecution, right?
Right.
No, this is the continued prosecution that we haven't stopped doing for 4 years. But remember, if we elect Trump, he's going to go after all his political enemies. You know what the difference is between Trump's political enemies and Trump? Some of his political enemies may have committed crimes or been corrupt. But if he goes after them, then it's a witch hunt. Cool.
Right, exactly. And by the way, we're coming up just a few more days before essentially the Justice Department is supposed to go quiet. They have a 30-day unwritten rule, a 30-day quiet period that begins effectively on Saturday, right? Because
and by the way, I'm sure they'll stay quiet.
You're about a month away from the presidential election, and so the Justice Department really would not be able to release any of this, in the next 30 days. However, this is something that a Judge Tanya Chutkan, has decided is appropriate for the public to see. And
That's interesting. So if it's stuff against Trump, the judge decides, well, I mean, this is something the public should see. I mean, this is something that, we all definitely have a right to take a look at. But when it's Trump and his people saying, we got some evidence that this election has been fucked with, the judges go, nobody should see this. No, never. That's all I'm saying. Interesting. Mussolini Diff becoming a member for 28 months says, looks like Keanu has been losing weight. How many more years of cocaine before she starts to look like Eugenia Cooney? These are all allegations. Sandakin becoming a member for 27 months says this evidence reeks of the PP tape they tried to get him with. They are that desperate. I mean, they're not even trying to hide that this one's thin. They're really not. Corn Pop with $1.99. Thank you, Corn Pop. Valhalla Vince TTV with $4.99 on YouTube. Says every time they open a file for their benefit, we should get one that helps our argument. Free and fair. Well, no, they should just release shit that's fair. This one is just clearly a witch hunt. Plankton with $9.99 says, if Trump had evidence, where is it? What stopped him from releasing it himself? I voted for him. He screwed himself. He created January 6th. He fought and tried to hide the documents. I hate Harris, but people have released the stuff that the Trump people have. And people just call it conspiracy theories. They've released the irregularities with some of the Pennsylvania voting machines. They've shown this evidence. They've shown the ballots, the mail-in ballots that had the wrong dates on them. They've shown this shit. The media doesn't report it, and social networks ban people for it. It's a rigged game, man. It's a totally rigged game, unfortunately. Let's go to Rumble. $1 from Los Federales. He says, general rule of thumb is you should be able to afford 4 to 5 times annual income as debt burden when applying for a mortgage. At $700K a year, that makes it $2.8 to $3.5 million. Ooh. See, that house seems like it's pushing more than that. In New Jersey? I mean, that's a $2 million house in Minnesota. At least, probably more than $2 million house in Minnesota. So it's more than in New Jersey. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, if I could get the Vikings a Super Bowl for the cost of Putin being president and Kim Jong-un being the VP, I'm game. See? Yeah. If we can get a Vikings Super Bowl and Hitler comes back from the dead, well, I mean, for some of you, that would be 2 dreams come true. So I can't really spoil you that much. Elza Belza says, you're on the front page of Rumble. You're the highest recommendation under continue watching. Oh, we're on the front page. That's fun. I don't know what that continued watching part means, but all I heard was front page of Rumble. I like that. Thank you. Citizen M says, again, evil Dominion voting machines. No, all I'm saying is they have evidence about the voting machines. People have released it and talked about it. I'm not saying it fixed the election. I'm not saying that the result would have been any different. All I'm saying is they have shown the evidence that they have. That's all. I'm just stating a fact. Not saying that anything would have happened. Thank you for allowing me to clarify that. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Let's get into Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, man. Let's fucking do it. We're 145 away from the final goal of the week. We've got 45 minutes to go. If you guys spend these next 45 minutes chipping away at this thing a few bucks at a time, we're going to crush this, man. We're going to crush it. Thank you so much. 145 away. You see all the links in the chat. Click one of the links. Throw us a couple of bucks. Holy shit, do I appreciate it. We're not that far away from the final win of the week for the toe. Man, when we get within 100 something on a Thursday, I start to get really excited. So if you've got a 5, 10, or a 20 you want to chuck at us, click on one of those links, throw it in. Thank you so much for the support. I'd really love to hammer this out today. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling positive about it. I'm feeling like we got a generous audience that is going to fucking hammer this thing out. I want to do it. I want to do it, guys. Hammer it out and let's do this thing. Let's talk about this principal that I mentioned earlier who's on leave after. I love headlines like this that don't give it away. Principal on leave after swastika comment sparks outrage at Bellevue Elementary School. Now, this is in Washington. And stories like this, I always feel myself getting set up for disappointment because I see this headline and I go, holy shit, I need to hear what dumb fucking thing this principal said about swastikas. This is going to be great. But then I remember the era we live in and I'm like, A, the news either isn't going to tell us what he said and they're going to do like the trust me, it's really bad type of thing. Or B, it's just going to be everyone at that school is a fucking pussy and sensitive, and there's really nothing wrong with anything this guy said. Let's take a listen. Let's watch it. Let's see what happened.
This creates a trust issue, and I believe the principal should resign.
Parents in the Bellevue School
We
District
gotta
outraged
do
over
it this way.
email from the principal at Phantom Lake Elementary School. In it, she says she wanted to acknowledge that a swastika can be a symbol of peace, not just hate.
Yeah, see, stop. Okay, stop doing that, guys. That is the most autistic fucking read the room argument ever. Like I was at a buddy's wedding a while back, and one of my friends is Hindu. And he was wearing a bracelet, and on that bracelet was a swastika. And we busted his balls about it. We had fun, but like nobody sat there and went, actually, you guys, in my religion, it's a symbol. We all know. We know. We also know why it's funny. But you don't go into like a business type setting and try to, like, you talk about the wrong hills to die on. The swastika as a symbol of peace is not the hill you want to die on, because you're going to die. So when people go, yeah, but she's right. Yeah, we all know she's right. We know she's right. But you also know people. You know that story we just did about Trump? How people are going to think that, oh, man, he's a fucking terrible guy, but they won't talk about that laptop or the election or anything else. People have their biases, and they don't want to hear shit different. So when you sit there and you go, actually, the swastika is also a Hindu symbol of peace. A lot of people are going to hear that and just go, they're defending the fucking swastika. What's wrong with this Nazi bitch? I understand what she's saying. I totally get it. But I'm also the one who's sitting there looking at her going, don't. There's no, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Yeah, but if I do it, you'll have my back. No, not in a million fucking years. I am not standing in front of your fucking swastika train. No, thank you. Guys, I have a problem. Oh, fuck, sit down. No, this is really important. Sit the fuck down. This is going to go bad. Swastikas are a symbol of peace. You're fucking fired. You're fired right now. Like, you're gone. You understand they're going to fire you now.
This is highly upsetting.
Essentially, the takeaway was that it's okay to have a swastika painted at a children's school.
Even if you didn't say that, they're going to say you said that. So let this one go. This is not an argument you need to get into.
The email came after a swastika was discovered by a 5th grader on a school wall. At first, parents, including Aiton Gore, got a text alert about the swastika. The principal called it a symbol of hate and said it had been removed immediately.
And that's where it all could have ended. And we all could have gone home. And this guy heard about it, and Mr. Gore, his schnoz grew 3 times with rage as soon as he found out. Like, I believe that 4th and 5th graders put a swastika on a wall somewhere. I was in 4th. Was I in 4th or 5th grade? I was in 4th or 5th grade, and my friends and I would think it was fucking naughty, and, we'd draw swastika. I remember I had a notebook. This is okay. It's not going to sound good. Remember that hill to die on thing I talked about? When I was in 5th grade, I remember we had some downtime, my friends and I, because we'd finished an assignment. And I had a notebook page, and I just started drawing swastikas. It's not something I'm proud of. I also took a beanbag chair that we had, and I wrapped the beanbag chair part over my forehead and let the rest hang down behind me, and I went, oh, I'm Yasser Arafat. I got in trouble for that one. I didn't know you couldn't make fun of guys who wore the fucking headdress thing. That's how I learned. Was in 5th grade. I took the beanbag chair. And you got to admit, for a 5th grader, a Yasser Arafat joke is pretty fucking deep, right? Like, I think the teacher should have given me a little bit of credit for that one. Like, they called my parents and they told them, like, what I had done. And I think my parents were like, who the fuck is Yasser Arafat? I'm like, yes, I fucking nailed that one. I was like Bill Maher in 4th grade, man. I was dropping references nobody fucking. I was launching intifadas everywhere. But yeah, you can't defend the swastika at school. It's not good.
It is very evident that the intention in this...
Oh, wow, this guy is Jewish as fuck. Oh, boy, did you find the right guy for this story. That is, yeah, I mean, sure, you can look at a guy sometimes and you can go, yep, he's offended by the swastika remark. But you could put a bag over this guy's head. Not like that. You could put a bag over this guy's head and just look at how he spells his name, and you'd be like, oh, yeah, this is not going to be a good look.
The intention in this case, painted on the wall, with the specific.
Holy fuck, this guy's like, I just got out of killing Gaza children Jewish. Like he's right out of the desert.
Nazi appearance was.
This guy's bombed a hospital Jewish.
Intended to be a Nazi swastika.
But hours later,
Are you sure? Are you sure that 4th or 5th grader didn't mean it as the Hindu symbol of peace? You know, every time I want peace in our neighborhood, when like neighbors are fighting or something, I have a floodlight that I put up. And that floodlight launches a swastika symbol up in the sky just to let everyone know to be peaceful. Keeps getting broken. I don't know if it might be the weather or I have a raccoon.
that same day is when parents got this follow-up email from the principal calling for inclusivity, telling them the swastika has deep historical and cultural significance in other parts of the world, including Hinduism, and wrote...
So the principal was actually trying to like libtard their way out of this. I get it. Oh my God, we are getting so peak cultural sensitivity that we're now running interference for a swastika on the wall. Oh, this is great. Now I like this principal and I like this story. This is like lefty liberalism gone ape shit. I thought this was maybe like a based principal who's like, who gives a shit about swastikas? No, this is a lefty who's so afraid to offend people, they can't even shit on the swastika. They're like, look, we had a bunch of 4th and 5th graders put swastikas on the wall, but I want to let you know that I don't want to upset anyone, and the swastika is totally cool for some people. To which Eaton Gore went, what?
Including Hinduism, and wrote, quote, "The swastika is a symbol of peace, prosperity, and good fortune. We recognize that for many of our families, this symbol has a positive and spiritual meaning."
Oh, I want to send my kids to this school. You just out-liberaled yourself. Oh, my God. They don't want the swastika to be othered.
A swastika to us means fear and terror and hatred.
The district
To me, it means a misunderstanding.
responded less than 24 hours later, telling Como the matter is under investigation and the principal on administrative leave to minimize any disruptions, and added that they acknowledge the pain that every incident like this one has on our whole community, but especially our Jewish community.
Oh, my God. There was an Owen Benjamin cartoon that I watched yesterday that kind of addresses this. Like, the school had to be like, we acknowledge how this causes pain in every community, but let us sensitively really single out the Jews here and let them know that we know you're hurting. We understand your pain. Oh, is this too good?
I don't think that she's ill-intended. I think she understood the meaning of the symbol. But it's just like not clear why the focus is on that.
Michelle is...
Yeah. I don't think the Jewish guy is really going to understand the hair splitting that this woman was doing. Aaron Surstrumming with 199 says, say my name, you acting kind of shit. Oh, fuck the Sir. I'm so sorry. We'll do the Surstrumming, I promise. Oh, my God. Valhalla Vince TV with 199 said, all locations for voting should be live streamed. That's interesting. I don't hate that idea. Okay, we got some fivers coming in. Coltrane with $5 says 5 for a 5th win for the Vikings. Absolutely. $5 from Helgi. Would you rather the Vikings win the Super Bowl or have a team of weather nerds steer a Cat 5 super hurricane into D.C.? Oh, the Vikings winning the what do you call it? The Vikings winning the Super Bowl. 100%. And the hurricane should hit New Orleans. Buffalo Jockey with $1. No, because the Super Bowl's there. Don't. Papa Shab calling me Aaron, you are fat. That's mean. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, regardless of who wins in November, neither side will accept the results. You might be right. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, holy fuck, you only have one therapist. Chevy Fan with $1 says, so you've always been unfunny. Dick. Oh, boy, Ryan the Garbage Man called in. I'm sorry. Ryan the Garbage Man, what's up?
You know, we both know you're not going to try that Surstrom.
I'm going to do it. I keep forgetting, but I'm going to do it.
No, you're not.
Yes,
no,
I am.
You're not.
I'm going to do it.
I was just saying, you were talking about a spotlight with a swastika on it?
No, I never said anything like that.
Well, what would make matters worse if you started singing Nazis?
Ooh, you know what? I like that. I'm going to add that as a drop when I put the floodlight up, because then people would understand they, be peaceful or else. I like that. Thank you, Ryan the Garbage Man.
Have a good day.
Why today did it not sound like he was clanking around in an iron truck? But last night it did. It's odd. Guys, thank you very much for those contributions. 135 away from today's goal. Streamlet. We haven't had a PayPal in a shitload of time this morning. PayPal it up. Rumble it up. Super Chat it up. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. We're 135 away. We can do this. 135 is the number. Everybody chip in. Everybody throw in. We're only 135 away from knocking out our last goal of the week. Guys, please, we got about a half hour before we rattle the cans and ask for a little something to knock this thing out. Do it beforehand, man. Getting that, write something funny. Go fucking ape shit. Do whatever you want. Just throw us a couple of bucks. Have your fun. Let's get to 0, and let's call this week another win for the toe. I'd appreciate it, guys. If you got 5, 10, or 20, throw in 5, 10, or 20. Let's all rally up right now together. Links are in the chat. Let's make it a win. And, oh, man, you guys have been really good today. It hasn't been a beggy day. It hasn't been a desperate day, and we're within striking distance. If you've got a big drop to throw at us this week, it's going to be your last chance for the week. We appreciate it. Let's get this thing hammered out. Thank you, guys. All the links are in the chat. So you know how we talked about like the scamming victims and like how it's hard to feel sympathy for the scamming victims? There's another group of victims that, even though they're really fucking young, it's still hard to feel bad for them because it's something that happens in New York from time to time, probably a handful of times a year. And it's really the most retarded thing ever. Before we get to that, a text coming in. If the Vikings lose the Super Bowl, Aaron will find a new bar in St. Cloud to burn down. This is not true. I've never burned down a bar. By the way, the next 2 people to give us $20, we're going to throw you $50 to Stoney's. I've got 2 more certificates that people didn't want or they didn't claim or they say they live too far away. You throw in $20, send me your contact info. We're going to give you $50 to Stoney's if you throw us $20 or more. The next two.
Emotional afternoon in Brooklyn Bridge Park today as a family is remembering an 11-year-old boy who was killed while subway surfing.
While they mourn his death.
See, like, by the way, no stereotypes here. The subway surfing thing. I feel bad that an 11-year-old kid died because he made a dumb fucking decision. Lord knows we all made dumb fucking decisions when we were kids. But subway surfing, it's really, I feel like I'm wasting sympathy I could have for like a hurricane victim, or I'm wasting sympathy I could have for a kid with leukemia or something like that. An 11-year-old who's trying, and if you don't know what subway surfing is, it's literally standing on top of the subway train and jumping from subway train to subway train. What am I supposed to do with my sympathy on that issue?
Death. They also want to know if the school he was dropped off at in the morning could have done more to keep him from straying into trouble.
Oh, come on. Some fucking kid goes and starts jumping on subway trains and the school's supposed to somehow be held responsible. Christ. You guys hold these schools responsible for subway surfing more than you do school shootings they didn't lock down for. Christ almighty.
News reporter Janice Yu spoke to the boy's mother, and she joins us now from the park with much more on this heartbreaking story, Janice.
Liz and David, it's heartbreaking, and the family of 11-year-old Kaden have a lot of questions as to how this all went down. So a lot of them gathered here at Pier 3 earlier today for a memorial for this 11-year-old, and they say that they tried to shield him from dangerous things like subway surfing, but because of social media and friends, there was no getting around this dangerous trend.
There probably was. Here's the other thing. If there isn't, it means that social media has made us so fucking retarded that we're jumping on subway trains. And if that's the case, then I say pack it up. We're done. I don't think you can be the greatest country in the world anymore when you're like, hey, what's a big cause of death for kids in a metropolitan area? Oh, they watch TikTok videos and they jump on moving subway trains. Like, you know what? I don't think we're going to be number one in math or science anytime soon.
Bearable. How am I supposed to find peace? My boy is gone.
Fucking Paul Bearer over here. Yes, my child has gone to the Undertaker. That was more the weepy voice killer. By the way, where's his dad? Got the mom here. She looks, younger and thin, and she's very broken up about this whole thing, but I don't see Pops.
Jada Rivera's son, Kaden, died while subway surfing nearly 2 weeks ago. And now the heartbroken mother wants answers to how her 11-year-old left school that morning and found himself on top of a moving train.
Found himself on top of a moving train, like he fell asleep and someone put him up there. Again, this is kind of like the scammer thing. I feel bad that this woman lost her kid. I really do. But like, this is where shame helps. This is where we need shame. We need to shame kids. We need to shame parents. We need to, shame is something that is very strong. It is very good. And it can make you not do shit. Like, let people know that we're going to call you really fucking dumb if this happens to you. Instead of like, oh, the sad tragedy of an 11-year-old jumping on a subway train and trying to jump to another one and then falling off and cracking his fucking head open on the walking path. Oh, this is such a tragic, this poor baby. No, instead be like, hey, if you do this and you die, we're going to fucking ritualistically make fun of you. Because this is the dumbest fucking thing you can, this is retarded. Shame people and they won't do shit. Shame works. That's why we kept doing it until like 15 years ago.
Where's the security? Where's the locked doors? Where's the stuff? Where's
the 11-year-old who's smart enough to know not to jump on a moving fucking subway train? Why is it always everyone else's fault? God damn it, take some fucking responsibility. I'm getting old. I'm getting really old because I'm just these goddamn kids today. And I'm getting so old that I'm bitching out the moms that are probably 7 years younger than I am. I get it. She's grieving and you don't want to blame your kid or whatever. But that doesn't mean anybody needs to be blamed. How about just freak accident? Let's go with that. I'll settle for freak accident. As long as you don't go, why don't they lock the doors? Sorry, they don't have a contingency plan for people jumping on their trains.
It doesn't make no sense.
Rivera says her mother dropped Kaden off at Fort Greene Preparatory Academy at 7:45 that morning. Staff saw him eating breakfast in the cafeteria, but he was marked absent when attendance was taken just 30 minutes later. According to police, Kaden was riding on top of the G train when he fell onto the tracks at the 4th Avenue 9th Street station just after 10 a.m. Rivera says the school didn't notify her or any other family member of his absence.
It's because he snuck out. He skipped school. Your kid skipped school. He was a delinquent. And he went and jumped on the subway train. Why are we looking for other people to blame?
Growing up, teachers used to be second parents to us. My kids, I trusted my kid.
You know what? They got tired of that shit after the kids of these single moms got shittier and shittier and shittier and shittier. And they went, well, we act like second parents to these kids and they still punch us in the fucking face when we take their phone or their Nintendo Switch. So fuck it. I don't care anymore. It's called learned apathy.
To be safe, and they didn't keep him safe.
Kaden is the 4th and
hard to save somebody from themselves.
Youngest child to die.
Lord knows I learned that the hard way these last few months.
while subway surfing so far this year. The MTA says it's working with social media companies to flag and remove posts that show this dangerous.
Like, I'm sorry. If you decide to do this for fun, you're on your own.
Trend. It has also released PSAs, but Rivera's attorneys say this is far from enough.
It's terrible that the New York City Transit Authority is not doing a better job policing subway surfing, is not doing a better job radioing each other to slow trains down.
Policing it? What are they supposed to do? Make people late for work because a bunch of retards jumped on the roof of the train? No, you know how you discourage people from subway surfing? Broadcasting news about dipshits dying subway surfing. Why should the rest of us have to suffer because you're stupid
When they see surfers on top, it's really a terrible tragedy that this is continuously happening in our city.
Would you have this position if someone hadn't hired you to sue the subway companies and you are working on 30 to 40% commission? Would you have this same position?
Well, Rivera's attorneys are now in the process of filing a lawsuit against the Board of Education as well as the MTA. They say they just want some answers and some changes made in light of Caden's death. Live in Brooklyn, Geno, Channel.
Well, that would be an investigation, not a lawsuit. Is that... Because you said you just want answers, right? You just want answers for what happened. Yeah, but what you're doing is you're asking them for money. You're suing them. So you don't want answers. You want money. Somebody has to pay because of a shitty decision someone else made. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says you have to beg because you don't have a mentally challenged co-host like Matt or a cripple like Johnny to garner sympathy. It's mean. Buffalo Jockey with $1. Says, you made a horrific decision 4 years ago. You were warned. Ask your father if you need specifics. LOL. Your bad decisions happened 6 to 12 months ago. Thank you, Buffalo Jockey. I appreciate that. I needed that reminder. I had forgotten. Chevy Fan with $1 says, God damn it, the mobile game Subway Surfer claims another life. 383 Novocaine with $2. And he sent us a story. We'll get to that one in a little bit. Thank you very much. We're an even 130 away from hammering out today's goal and calling it another win for the toe. Guys, chip in. Let's do it. We're getting there. Gray Duckling with $5 says this kid was subway surfing while Aaron at that age had a notebook filled with swastikas and dicks. Wait a minute. I never said my notebook had dicks in it. Come on. I didn't say dicks. I'm offended by that one. I mean, the swastika thing I can't really run from, but dicks, how dare you? Can't believe you would say something so offensive about me. We are 125 away from today's goal. Guys, PayPal, Venmo, let's knock this fucker out, man. Jump in there. Throw us a couple of bucks. We can do this. We're only 125 away from our last goal of the week. If you've got some extra money, throw it Steel Toes' way. Royston S. Bailey with $2 says some parents think school will raise their kids. Have you liked that today's show hasn't been a total beg fest and sad and like, oh my God, what the fuck are we going to do? We can do that for the next 50 minutes. We can have that world. We can have that reality. All we need is for you guys to keep chipping in. You hammer out that 125. We are so fucking close. 5, 10, 20 bucks at a time. Thank you. So if you got more than that, we appreciate your generosity. Coltrane says, yeah, Aaron had dicks in his ass, not his notebooks. Hey, wait a minute. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, your kids had mommy number 2 to teach them. Then think Junkie April did a good job parenting your kids. You used to get pissed when people viewed her as their mom. Fun times. I didn't get pissed when they viewed her as their mom. That made me happy. I liked that. I think he means when they said she wasn't. Well, that upset her too. I mean, imagine how bad that would make you feel. You know? Yes, I got empathy for that. People think that just because she's been a fucking horrible person to me since she started doing drugs, that I hate her for everything. I don't. I love who she used to be. I just hate who she became. And then just the fucking lies and the fucking gaslighting and all that shit that's still going on to this day. I hate it. I don't like it. But like the rest of like there's a lot of shit I empathize with. There's a lot of shit I still have sympathy for. But you are allowed your own opinions, of course. Sam Show, you know what proves she was a good mom figure? When she abandons the family for a broken penis and a pile of cocaine. Like I said, the tail end decisions were horrible. They were very destructive towards children, 8 of them, and herself. But, it's like anytime someone dies, you remember good times, you remember bad shit too. One of those deals. We are about $120 away from hammering it out. Oh my God, Daniel with $15. Thank you, Daniel, over on PayPal. I appreciate it. Guys, 110 away. Now it's really fucking close. Get in there and let's hammer out that last 110 and get ourselves our final W of the week. We're 15 minutes away from rattling the cans and seeing if we can knock out the whole thing. 110 away. Join the rally. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Average. Somebody sent me this article with their super chat. I thought this said something else. Average age of juvenile shooting victims in Minneapolis is younger than 15. Okay. That's kind of a misleading stat because when you first read that, you think, oh my God, the average shooting victim in Minneapolis is younger than 15? Juvenile. Well, that makes sense. I mean, 17 and under is a juvenile. So for it to be over 15, you'd have to have a shitload of 16 and 17-year-olds getting shot. And you know there's like little kids that get hit with stray bullets and all that shit. So it's not... it's not like that crazy to think that the average, I'm just doing the math in my head, the average juvenile shooting victim is under 15. That makes sense. It should be. Because otherwise it would be 16 or 17, and that would mean that almost everyone who's a juvenile who gets shot is 16 or 17. MSO says no donations until Aaron's Subway serves. But I don't want to Subway surf. Thank you, Casey, for $5 over on PayPal. Very nice, guys. 105 away from hammering it out today. It can be done. We can do it. 105 is so fucking close, and that's it for the week. 10 minutes away from asking you guys for some of that last 105. Let's open up, speaking of the last, let's open up the last hour's worth of stories. Remember, tomorrow is Rumble Link Friday. I look forward to that. You guys, and of course, if you guys end up giving us more than $300 on Rumble Link Friday, we give you 30 minutes because holy shit, is that generous. Just a way of saying thank you for knocking out all our goals for the week, for supporting us. We just we let you run the show on Fridays. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our pals at All Care Towing. Of course, trucks and wreckers, big enough for heavy-duty equipment, small enough for motorcycles. Nobody quicker. So when you get in an accident, or as the weather gets colder, you get stuck in the ditch, or the car won't start, our friends at All Care Towing will be there quicker than anybody else. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Self-defense, hunting, optics, parts, gear, you name it, knowledge. Call Derek and Tracy, ask them the questions that you need answered to make the right decision for you, whether it's self-defense or hunting. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville. That's the place to go for the Vikings game this Sunday. They're playing at 8:30. It's Bloody Mary and breakfast pizza time. It's Stoney's Bar in Rockville. Skull, we're going to 5-0. Go check them out. This weekend, see the live bands on the Fireball stage. And because it's going to be nice out again, enjoy that patio for another weekend. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack, bike night. It's Thursday. Enjoy it tonight. Bring the motorcycle out for another nice night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go check them out. Love Cheetos. Love Stoney's. Love the vibe. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says she used to be the bimbo that would suck you off. She abandoned her children The second Nick put cocaine on his dick. I mean, look, people have very aggressive opinions, and I've never begrudged them for having those opinions, have I? I've always said, go for it. All right, guys, let's go ahead and, chick drama, huh? Who doesn't like a little bit of chick drama? Apparently someone said something about Caitlin Clark that isn't allowed. I mean, I don't know. Is women's sports like a shitload more sensitive than guys' sport? I mean, I guess it is, right? Like Simone Biles got to quit the Olympics because she didn't win gold. I mean, because her brain hurt and she had twisties or whatever. That was fucking horseshit. Who's the tennis chick who was like, I can't do press conferences because they ask me mean questions? Oh, Naomi Osaka. Like, and then Caitlin Clark gets into the league and she gets the fucking shit beat out of her like Jordan did. And they went, oh, poor Caitlin Clark. I can't believe this. Blah, 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 blah. They're just, I mean, you got to stop treating these female athletes with kid gloves. It's fucking embarrassing. Caitlin Clark can handle herself. I think she's heard criticism before. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, Aaron, don't forget to cancel your reservation for Swing Stock. Weren't you the defending champion for Slip-A-Digit Twister? I remember that. April and I looked up Swing Stock when we were on the show one day. Remember when we did that? You know what that was? That was in January, right? That was one of our brilliant ideas to stop the swinging rumors once we started hanging out with the, April and I were like, oh, yeah. That was like the hot tub stream. Oh, yeah, all these people saying we're swinging. Oh, we'll do this. And they'll be like, well, there's no way they're actually doing that out in the open. Nope, we were just degenerate pieces of shit out in the open. Looking back, there were some strategic blunders made on this program. And in life. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, you do a good show at the end of the day. You don't need retards like Matt or vegetables like Johnny. Although all good podcasts have guests, so you should probably look into getting a random guest. I actually agree with that. I do. I thought about, not the retard part, but that's going to get clipped. I did think yesterday I was driving around. I was like, I should put more effort into booking guests, like especially election season time. Like maybe get some of these politicians who just fucking simp for Israel constantly and maybe, try to push them a little bit. Or like people who are pro-Ukraine and just, push them on that a little bit. That could be a little bit of fun. Or just book people who are fucking weirdos and have them on the show. I should work harder at booking guests. You're absolutely right. 100. We're an even hundo away from today's goal. Click the links that are pinned to the top of the page. I'm going to beg at you in 5 minutes. Knock out that hundo in the meantime. This is doable, guys. Thank you for getting us down here today. Streamlabs, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, PayPal, Super Chats, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants. Let's do this thing. So, Christine Brennan.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
No, that's Kevin Brennan. Longtime sports reporter. Has faced backlash from some of her own colleagues for a viral question about Caitlin Clark. The day after Game 1 of the WNBA playoff series between the Indiana Fever and the Connecticut's, oh shit, Caitlin Clark took her team to the playoffs? Nice. Brennan asked Sun guard DeJoni Carrington if she intentionally poked Clark in the eye. Although Carrington denied it, Brennan followed that question up by referencing a moment in the fourth quarter in which Carrington and a teammate were seen laughing about something. When Brennan asked if the two were laughing about Carrington having poked Clark in the eye, a confused Carrington reminded her of the fact that it wasn't an intentional hit. Furthermore, Carrington said she didn't even realize she hit Clark. Brennan was heavily criticized for the line of questioning. The Women's National Basketball Players Association even accused her of trying to bait Carrington into saying something controversial. Fuck, are they pussies? Jesus. Yeah, Sam Show says women are so bitchy. It is, right? Like, do you know the weird shit Stephen A. Smith, Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp, and all these other guys, like Chris Russo, all the inflammatory shit they've asked people over the years, and nobody goes, oh my God, this is front page news. Why are they women attacking women? Who gives a shit? It's sports. You ask these dumb dipshit athletes leading provocative questions because it's the only way to make them interesting. Hey, did you poke Caitlin Clark in the eyeball on purpose? No. Why were you and your teammate laughing about it? Was it because you poked her in the eye on purpose? Look, bitch, I didn't even know I poked her in the eye. That's what you're looking for. You want that reaction. She got it. Why is she being criticized? God, they treat Caitlin Clark with such kid gloves. And I'm not Mr. Race Card guy, but something about her being, Lily White Hope, I think it might have something to do with it. Because fuck, this makes the WNBA look like a bunch of pussies. Oh, did you poke her in the eye on purpose? Fucking, it's basketball. Who cares if she goes, yeah, she came down the lane and I wanted to fucking take a cheap shot so she didn't come down here again. Okay. What of it? Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Theo Vaughn will have random people from truckers to politicians as guests. It doesn't matter who the guests are as long as they're interesting. Matt isn't interesting in the least. Tridio with $2 says offer a sandwich and get Sean on. Show receipt. Offer a sand. I love Sean. I think Sean's great. I think he does an awesome job. And I don't think Sean's trying to hide the fact that maybe he might be a little bit of a bigger fella. Let's just say. All right, we got a lot of overtime stuff to do. We got a lot of things we can get to today. I'm excited. I'm rolling up my sleeves. We just got to knock out $100 if we do so. We got a guy in Florida who's running a prostitution ring with his mom. We got a guy who got arrested for punching a therapy dog. Boy, there's a lot to break down in that one. When you're punching a therapy dog, who are you really mad at? Probably mom. And also, guys, remember, there's nothing fucky going on about this election. But the Harris-Biden administration is suing Alabama for removing non-citizens from the voting rolls. That's interesting. I might want to delve deeper into that one today. Let's knock out this $100. Let's call it a win for the toe. And let's have a successful week, man. Let's do this thing. All right. Rally up. We've got 6 minutes to go. Everybody jump in. $20 from 5 people. $10 from 10 people. It's an even hundo. Shit, if you want to throw the whole hundo in there, you know that we're going to be incredibly grateful for your contributions. Links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's do it. Everybody throw in, no matter how much you can do or how little you can do. Please throw in. If we don't do it, we're not doing 30 minutes of overtime. We got to wrap up in about 5.5 minutes. Knock out this 100. We'll add another 30 minutes onto the clock. And it means that our show paid for itself this week, and I don't have to stop paying the guys. I'm kidding. I'm paying everybody. It's stressful. That's all. Throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Throw in, guys, and I won't have to keep begging like this for the next 5 minutes. Text coming in. If Sean ever comes to Stoney's, let him co-host. Oh, open door policy. If Sean ever comes to town. All right, let's do this quick. Let's do this fast. You guys have done a great job getting us down to 100 today for this final 5 minutes. Please, let's just get the rest of it done. Throw us 10, throw us 20, throw us 50, throw us 100. Let's do it, man. I think we've done this in a really nice way today. There hasn't been a lot of begging. It's been a jovial vibe. I really dig it. I don't want to miss. Let's throw in. Let's do a rally right now, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's win or lose with a smile on our face today, but man, let's win. Let's win, dude. Throw in a couple of bucks. Nothing coming in so far, guys. Let's rally up. I don't want to browbeat you. I don't want to, do this whole thing. But now we're 4.5 minutes away and nothing has come in and we got to rally. We got to hit $100. If you support the show, if you love the show, if you think it's something worth saving, we are in save the toe mode at this point. A couple of weeks, we can dig out of this. We'll be okay. But right now, we're behind the fucking 8 ball. Just got to keep knocking these out. Tridio with $5. Thank you, buddy. We got to keep going. Says, does the open door require Twister, or was that just for Nick? Goddamn, man. That goddamn Twister story is not going to leave. $95 away. Come on, man. Follow Tridio. $95 away. That's not a lot. We need the money. It's true. Buffalo Jockey with $2. I make more than her and she's a pro athlete, which is funny. Who's on your guest list? I mean, Owen Benjamin would definitely be on my guest list. I'd love to talk to him. He'd be a very fascinating guest. Ooh, we'll play that Owen Benjamin Jewish cartoon during the half hour of overtime. But we have to get to overtime. 3.5 minutes to go. $95 away. We're not moving very much. Come on, man. Let's do this thing. If you've got a good chunk to throw at the toe, throw it at the toe, man. We need it. 95 away. We got close. Bring us the rest of the way, man. We get inside of 50. We give you the 30 on credit. Yeah, we got to beg you a little bit more, but we can get it done. Thank you, Staska. Tridio with another $5 says also probably not a great idea to say behind the 8-ball after everyone's charges. All right, fair point. That's a good one. $90 away. It can't be just Tridio, guys. It's got to be everyone who loves the show. If it's $5, make it $5. Let's throw in. Let's hammer this out. We've only got 2.5 minutes left. It's starting to pick up, but we need more. 90 away. MSO says it's over, Johnny. Man, I really hope not. But we can do it, man. Everybody throw in. Thank you for the 99 cents. Yeah, plug Johnny's PayPal. That's great. Everybody can throw to Johnny's PayPal. We'll go out of business and Johnny won't make any money. But, that's kind of what you want. So I understand. I get it. And that's all you have to hang on to. $90 away, guys. We need chunks. We need a lot. Anthony, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, buddy. I really appreciate those of you who give to this show. $80 away from knocking this out. Let's do it. Buffalo Jockey with $1. Why not reach for a real guest? Nobody gives a shit about internet freaks. Well, then I'll reach for real guests. Just give me the ideas. Mr. Me with $5 says for Owen's Jew cartoon. All right. Thank you for the $5. $75 away from today. 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning. We can do $75 if everybody chips in a little or if somebody chips in a ton. I'm hopeful. I really think you guys are going to do this today. $75 is the number, and it's the last $75 for the week. It's literally the difference between us having a successful week and us knocking out everything, and that means a lot to me. And I think you guys have done an incredible job today chipping in and getting this number down, but we need more of you to throw in 5 or 10. We're so fucking close, man. We really are fucking close. 1 minute and change to go. Thermodyne Diesel with 20 gifted memberships. To quote the Casino Boys, let's fucking go. That's $50 fucking dollars, 25 away. Thank you, Thermodyne Diesel. My old man used to say, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. We've been very nice to you guys and you've responded. Thank you. $10 from Spank the Monkey says, Hail King Toe. Thank you. $20 away from today. Thank you so much for your contributions. Pico Cat says, refresh Venmo. Oh my God. $5 from Marsha. Thank you. $15 away from knocking it out. 30 seconds left in regulation. 15 away. Let's knock it out in regulation, boys and girls. Holy shit. Thank you, Thermodyne. Brian M. with 10 gifted memberships. We did it. We fucking did it, baby. Suck our fucking dicks. It's a win for the toe. You guys are the best. Love it. Love it, man. You did it. I'm proud of you. I appreciate you appreciating us. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. Oh, my God. What a fucking morning. You guys rule. And thanks for all those gifted memberships. Those are huge. Remember, the members only show every Sunday at 7 o'clock. And we got 30 new members now. Actually, about 40 or 50 new members after today. To check out the members only show at 7 o'clock. I'm going to try to do a Vikings post-game show. I can maybe do a half hour. The kids are going to be here. It might be a little tricky. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, your old man used to say April is a slut. He is so wrong. Jesus. Oh, boy. All right, let's do that Owen Benjamin thing, I promise. Let's do that first. It's a funny fucking sketch he did where what he's doing, it's him doing a conversation between him and Nick Fuentes. And again, I find it very entertaining. I got to, Owen Benjamin, Nick Fuentes. It's got, here we go. Yeah, they're at a Owen's a funny guy. Like, I think Owen Benjamin is funny. Like, he's got a fried chicken restaurant called Niggles that they're at. It's a fried chicken restaurant called Niggles, and it's Owen Benjamin talking to Nick Fuentes. And basically, I bet you didn't have this on your bingo card for 2024. It's Owen Benjamin calling Nick Fuentes out on his white supremacy. Right? Let me repeat. Owen Benjamin calling Nick Fuentes out on his white supremacy. Basically telling him, hey, Mexicans are pretty fucking rad. What about them? And you're going to find that Owen Benjamin does two things very well in this clip. One, killer Nick Fuentes impression. Two, awesome Jew impression. Owen Benjamin, his art, go.
So the Arabs have done nothing. Can we learn from the Chinese?
We're white. They can learn from us.
What about the Mexicans?
No. They're invaders.
Well, they seem to be procreating quite well, and they're rising in how much money they make a year, and they're taking over a lot of local political situations. So there's nothing we can learn from them.
No, all we can learn is what not to do. And they can say thank you for everything we've given them.
What have you given them?
Capitalism, democracy, the aqueducts, cathedrals.
Yeah.
Piano, Bach.
Can you play Bach?
No. I can play the bass on a video game with a controller. I can go doom, 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 doom. But we did Bach.
Yeah. But you can't play Bach.
No. So it's time to sit back and enjoy the spoils of being the best in the world.
Are you employed?
No.
Why not?
Because the Jews won't let me make all the money for doing nothing.
Come on. Like watching, like usually putting the words in someone else's mouth so you can own them, like building up your own straw man so you can burn it down is usually cheap. But when it's done for comedic purposes, it's fucking perfect. And that is, dude, all these fucking spurgs like Nick Fuentes, that encapsulates them in a nutshell. Like, hey, can you go do something? No, why would I? That's because I'm blackballed. Or is it because you didn't develop any skills? Now, look, if Nick Fuentes can keep his show on the air, Lord knows I'm nobody to criticize. If he can keep his show on the air and, you know, and support himself, great. I mean, that's one thing I get jealous of is like people who are maybe gay, like Nick Fuentes, and will never have kids. Your life is a lot cheaper. It also sucks not, like, I couldn't imagine not having my fucking children, man. But you do, sometimes you think about the money part and you're like, Jesus Christ, man, I could live on fucking worms if I didn't have children. But also, when you have kids, you do work harder. You know, you try to do more things.
Don't you know? They put us into the train and then they jerked me until I couldn't see, and the shame and the...
Were you there? No. Did no one else die in World War II?
No, way more Germans died. But they were all wrong, you see, because they had a mind virus and they came at me.
Dude, you own all the apartments.
I know, it's the least they can do for me.
So, can I make fun of the Holocaust?
No, you can't make fun of it. That's not humor.
But you make fun of Jesus all the time.
Of course I do. I mean, come on. Jesus walks into a hotel, puts down 3 nails and says, "Can you put me up tonight?"
I mean, again, funny cartoon, but also tell me where he's wrong. Here, when it comes to Owen Benjamin, tell him when he's telling lies. Well, maybe the moon, but dude, they're starting to convince me on that moon landing shit. You know what? I don't want to get into it today. If you guys get into it in the chat, I'll get into it. But I don't. Here's where I've come on the moon landing. That's a terrible choice of words. I don't think they actually have footage of them on the moon. I think we landed on the moon, But I don't think they have actual footage of it. I think Kubrick did film that on a soundstage.
I can see the joke. I get how that's funny to you. Okay, so 3 guys walk into Auschwitz. Oh no, I'm melting. Oh, so you don't think you have to play by the rules because you're a permanent victim? Oh yeah. Haven't you been accused of rape? Oh, that bitch fucking asked for it. I had to. I was trying to relax. I am so stressed out because of the anti-Semitism.
Fucking Owen. I can't believe that guy's not in show business anymore. What did he do? What did Owen do to be kicked out of show business? I don't understand it. Thank you guys very much. $1 from Coltrane says, have Jesse Lee Peterson on and tell him about your last marriage. Oh my God, is that a great idea? I bet you Jesse Lee Peterson doesn't know anything about that journey. Do you think that would be a well-watched show? Do you think we'd get a lot of viewership for Jesse Lee Peterson finding out about the Imholt, Nick Rekieta feud, saga, friendship, falling out? Oh, wait. Didn't Nick say he had a problem with the falling out? He put that before. Nick had to complain to a judge that his boyfriend left him, and a judge went, shut the fuck up, you whiny queer. I mean, I don't think that was in the actual ruling, but I think I read between the lines, you know? I think Jesse Lee Peterson being on this show, learning about this whole thing, I mean, it would be humiliating for me, but it would do numbers. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, how do you have time to keep up with all these internet retards, research healthy diets, and spend more time in the gym? I went to the gym yesterday. I lifted, I did my boxing, and I went in the sauna, and I sweat a bunch. And I realized that I'm getting fatter because it was a tougher slog yesterday. But that just popped up on I went on Twitter yesterday to get ready for the show, and somebody had retweeted it, and it was just right there. Let's go to Sam Show. He says, this is convincing me there's something to your name being Aaron, says Sam Show. Owen is all right. I watch his goofy ass way before Mersh's Inception success. Yeah, I thought those guys were unfair to Owen. I think the more I watch Owen, the more I'm like, he's fucking funny and autistic and weird. McBuster says 3 people can't keep a secret, let alone thousands. We landed on the moon. The earth is a sphere and Sasquatch is real, and selling sandwiches at a fish concert. Okay. Buffalo Jockey says, you coming on Fat Girls isn't the equivalent to a moon landing. I will take a lot of insults for my sexual exploits, but fucking fat girls is not one of them. How goddamn dare you? Jay Fish says, Jesse Lee Peterson might make you cry. Yeah, he might. Jesse's good. Coltrane says, I stayed on late just for the first Jesse Lee Peterson interview. It was great. Sam Show says, that would be hours of him savaging your soul. Tell Jesse Lee Peterson about the Naked Twister. It wasn't Naked Twister, but I will say this. Fucking Jesse Lee Peterson, I'm going to try to make his head explode with that story. You know, a lot of you guys are like, he's just going to say beta and call you a bitch. I think we might be able to get his head to explode if we have him on and, you know, tell him those stories. Sam Show says, I told Goebbels' niece about you. She gave me a side eye when I said your name was Aaron. Yeah, you know, it's prevents me from a lot of great dating opportunities, to be honest. So that's too bad. If you take your headphones off to itch your ear, does that make you look like a fucking pig? I think it does. That was a gross move, Aaron. Not cool. Chevy fan with $1 says, lifting your tits into a onesie doesn't count as weight training. Why are you guys assuming these things? That's incredibly hurtful. By the by, I think we knocked out today's goal with nothing but, we had one $50 give, but everything else was $25. So everything was 50 and under today, man. That's fucking awesome. Thank you, guys. That's exactly how it should be, man. Everybody chipping in some. You guys are the best. I'm really happy about how today went. I thought it was a really good show. I thought the goal was hit with relative ease. We were really fun and happy about it. And we fucking owned Melton today. That's fun. And again, we own Melton by what? Not even doing anything. He's so easy to kick around. The bullied fat kid from back in the day. Just easy to kick the shit out of. All we did was started making jokes about him, and he shut down his stream. It's too fucking easy, man. It's too fucking easy. Let's go to this election story. Remember, Trump is interfering with the election, and Trump is trying to rig the election, and Trump is the reason all this bad shit is happening. Then why is the Department of Justice suing Alabama over Alabama's attempt to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls? Now, to me, the Department of Justice shouldn't have anything to say with the way Alabama handles its intrastate business. I mean, their secretary or their attorney general in Alabama is more than welcome to look into it. But if Alabama is handling Alabama business inside of Alabama and not going over to Georgia or Mississippi or Florida, then what the fuck does the DOJ have to do with it? It almost seems like Joe Biden is using the Department of Justice to accomplish his own political means. Wait a minute. They said Trump was doing that. The U.S. Department of Justice said Friday that it is suing Alabama for trying to remove non-citizens from voting lists, arguing the effort comes too close to the presidential election in November. Well, no shit. If they try to take illegals off the voting rolls far away from November, you guys are going to try and find a way to put them back on. But if they take the illegals off the voting rolls a month before the election, you guys won't be able to come up with any schemes and scams to put them back on there. According to the Washington Times, the Department of Justice asked a federal judge to order Alabama to put the names of the presumed ineligible voters back on the active voter lists, in part because it claims that some actual citizens were told that they've been removed, that they've been moved to an inactive voter file. Well, then it shouldn't be a problem. They can go in election day, or they can check in like a week or so before the election, and they can go, hey, am I still cool? Am I on the rolls? Because if not, here's my ID, here's my address, here's the stuff I need, here's my social security number or whatever. How about that? How about like a legit social security number and a photo ID, and we're good to go, and then we can stop arguing about all this voter eligibility nonsense, right? If you have a few people who have been incorrectly moved to an inactive voter file, I would think it'd be easy enough to, just type a few keys and move them back. Well, yeah, that's my thing too. So Alabama wants to remove illegals from their voting rolls. What troubles me is that there's illegals on their voting rolls to begin with. But okay, we can get past that. They're removing them from the voting rolls. But yeah, guys, you've moved some not illegals onto the inactive list. Oops, sorry, our bad. Here you go. Boom. Done. I think it is a worthwhile exercise to get people who shouldn't be voting in our elections off the rolls. Now, if I'm a Democrat, maybe I don't like that because those people tend to vote Democrat. This is what annoys me about Republicans. Republicans refuse to cheat because they think someday the Democrats are just going to see it their way and play fair. No. The people you're running against are power hungry. And I get it. You guys are power hungry too, but these guys are a whole different level. They're busybodies. They want to tell everybody what to do. You guys want to do things your way. Like Republicans want things done their way. Democrats want things done their way, and then they want to yell at everybody else and force them to do it their way too. That's the difference. So Republicans have this idea that like, well, we're not going to stoop to their levels. Well, then have fun losing because they're just going to butt fuck you against your will the whole time. Now, Alabama Secretary of State Wes Allen said that his office, using data from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, has identified 3,251 people who are potential non-citizen voters. Then how the fuck, how are the Democrats going to sit here and say, there aren't voting irregularities, there aren't problems with our elections? Well, Alabama had over 3,200 people who shouldn't be allowed to vote on their voter rolls, meaning they'd voted before. So I'm sorry, that one story shows that the voting system is being tampered with and fucked with. And if it's in Alabama, it's probably everywhere. So shouldn't we be looking into this? Shouldn't we have some kind of a commission formed to wipe all non-eligible voters off the voter rolls? Well, no, you can't, because then Trump's going to win in a landslide. He said it's possible that some people deemed as non-citizens by Homeland Security later became citizens, and he is in the process of helping them verify their status. All right, sounds good to me. But at the time they were on the voter rolls, they were illegal. So yeah, at some point they should have to prove that they're legal. The DOJ's argument boils down to timing. Since Alabama announced its intentions 84 days before the election, which might violate the federal National Voter Registration Act that prohibits the deletion of names from election lists within 90 days of an election. But whoa, wait a minute. Does that rule count if the people shouldn't have been on the voting rolls in the first place? If they're illegally on the voter rolls, there shouldn't be a timetable to which you can remove them. Oh, also, a Pennsylvania county has banned their drop boxes after a woman was caught dropping multiple ballots in the box. So there's Alabama. There's Pennsylvania. Anybody else want to say that this shit is not going to happen in all 50 states and that election night's going to be a disaster? In fact, experts are now claiming that we're not going to know the results of the election until days after the election. Irregularities in multiple states. Experts who have no idea yet saying that it's going to be days before we know the results. Yeah, this sounds a little fucked up. This sounds like what you're doing is you're basically going, we need time to figure out how many votes we need so we can get them. And isn't Donald Trump the one that they were trying to throw in jail for calling the governor of Georgia and saying, can you find me 16,000 votes? So only you guys are allowed to do that. Okay. Cool. Clopogram with $1 says we never landed on the moon in that time. The highest they could get was the stratosphere. That's a fact. Anybody who disagreed is in on the scam. Oh, shit. MSO says, whatever happened to Ed and Michelle? I don't know. We fuck around with Ed and Michelle at some point. Chevy fan with $1. Oh, I did that one already. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says you eat like a pig. You could spend 7 days a week in the gym and you'll remain fat just because of your garbage diet. He's not wrong about the diet. We gotta fucking stop eating the outside shit. You are right. Corn Diff becoming a member for 12 months says, have you ever had your sheet pushed? I think he means shit pushed in. No. No, Corn Diff, I have not. And he asks that's what I love about Corn Diff. He asks the hard-hitting questions. Like, have you ever been butt fucked? Doesn't sound fun. I don't even like doing it to other people. Hold on, but wait. Fucking give me a second to explain that one. I mean like girls. Like the few times I've tried, the back door. And there's been a few times, in the last however much. I don't like doing it. I feel like I'm just hurting someone for no fucking reason. And there's a fucking vagina right there. Like, I don't like sticking my dick in a butthole. Sorry for being controversial today. I really apologize for taking your hard-earned, paid-for overtime time and using it to say things like, I don't like sticking my dick in an asshole. I know these are controversial takes, but I feel like I need to get them out. Let's go to Fauci's Pangolin says, leave Aaron alone. He's in love, and we all know when a woman falls in love, she gets fat. Oh, God, I hope not. I don't want to have to dump women. McBuster, they're talking about politics in the chat. Chevy fan says, girls, not women. Oh, sorry. Coltrane says, ass play, I could care less. The snatch is where it's at. That's our motto on this show. The snatch is where it's at. Only gay F words like sodomy, says Bigot on socialist media. Sam Show writes, gets fat. Are you people blind? See, now this is getting mean. This is getting mean. Tridio with $2 says, so guys are fine, but not girls. Did you boof first? I've never stuck my penis in a man's asshole. I've never done anything gay. I've been licked against my will. That's it. No other gay shit, I'm telling you. Pennsylvania court rules that wrongly dated and undated mail-in ballots can be counted? I thought they said can't. Oh, shit. Really? They reversed that one? Oh, fuck. Well, we got to let stupid people vote who don't know what fucking day it is. That's good. A Florida man and his mother jointly ran a sprawling prostitution ring. Well, I mean, go big or go home, right? For nearly a quarter century. Mom and son stayed in business hoe running for 25 years? Fuck. I have a co-host for 5 years, and I'm about to kill him. Washing hundreds of thousands of dollars via various front companies and real estate purchases. Does it get easier to launder money the longer you do it? The IRS has entered the chat. But I feel like it would be easier, like you would have more businesses and those businesses would be more established and you could diversify and wash more money through them. I feel like it would be easier to launder money the longer. Like getting caught laundering money would be something you'd have to get caught doing like 5-10 years, like in the first 5 years. Like after that, you got businesses, they operate like clockwork, you have the receipts, so on and so forth. Now, granted, I don't know much about money laundering, but I have watched Breaking Bad. Many of the escorts working for the mother-son team were registered as real estate agents and had valid real estate licenses. That's fucking brilliant. How the hell did you get caught? Now, first of all, I'm skipping over the easy part. It's fucking disgusting to run a prostitution ring with your mom. Remarkably fucking gross. There's some weird psychological shit going on there. But I'm fascinated as to how they stayed in business for 25 years. I mean, there's Walgreens that don't stay open that long. The mother-son duo went into business in 2000 and have been targeted by investigators multiple times in the past, but have never been prosecuted until now. That would be the best house walkthrough ever, to find out your real estate agent is also a whore. Oh, my God. Just take it out of my closing costs. Their primary company, Pretty Woman Escorts, offered Latin American and European women for $300 to $400 an hour. Whites and Latinas. The best kind. The best kind. Police performed a trash pull at one of the prostitution ring's dispatch locations and turned up a list of customers' names and contacts along with the services they booked. That's just it. You got to shred your fucking paperwork, man. You throw shit in the garbage, they can grab it. Oh, that's a dumb move. It's always the dumbest shit that gets people caught. It's not paying your taxes. It's a broken taillight. It's just stuff like that. Who and where were you licked? Somebody texts in. I don't, I'll save that for my therapist. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tridio with Dustin with 199 says, Aaron, you're not hurting them with them 3 inches. Aw, Dustin, why? It hurts me so much when you say that. My penis is bigger than... I mean, really, how do you defend yourself from that? You look like an asshole if you just go, my penis is bigger than that. Aaron, we know. If it was 3 inches, that would be fucking I wouldn't show my face if I had a 3-inch penis. NFL schedule. All right, for the last 5 minutes here, let's go ahead and see if your teams are going to win or lose this week. We're in week 5 now, so people's picks should be getting better. You should be able to pick these out a little bit better now because we have a better view of what these teams have. The Buccaneers and the Falcons tonight. Dude, I'm shoot till you miss on Baker Mayfield. I'm going to say the Bucs are going to beat Kirk Cousins and the Falcons. And after they do, and the Falcons go to 2-3, I'm going to say that Atlanta is going to start making Michael Penix Jr. chance. They're going to say, because Kirk's been very mediocre so far. I wonder if he's not still hurt. I'm going to say Bucs beat the Falcons on the road. Jets versus Vikings in London. I think we're going to kill Aaron Rodgers. I think we're going to be the game that shows that Aaron Rodgers has gotten old. He's broken down and it's over. Brian Flores is going to get him. I think we're going to win. Let's call it 31-17. Panthers at Bears. God, if there's anybody who the Panthers can get a win against, it's the Bears. But their defense is for real. I'm going to say the Bears win over the Panthers. Browns at Commanders. Jaden Daniels is for real too, man. He's going to run and throw all over the Browns. I'm going to say the Browns' problems continue. The Commanders win. They go to 4-1. Dolphins at Patriots. Holy shit, is that a suck fest? That's difficult. I'm going to go with the home team as the tiebreaker and say the Patriots. And what's his name? Drake May. They still have him in there, or they put Brissett back in. Either way, Patriots beat the Dolphins. That's going to be a good game for Drake May to get some reps because the Dolphins are fucking shit. Colts at Jaguars. The Jags are finally going to get off the schneid. They're going to get a win, and Anthony Richardson is going to go like this. Whoop, 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 whoop. Anthony Richardson is the most up and down. I mean, I'm sure he'll solidify somewhere a little bit above the middle, you know, when he hits his prime. But God, right now, he shows so many flashes of being really good and then just tragic. Bills at Texans. That's a good game. Nico Collins is on fire this year, but the Bills are good too. I'm going to say the road team takes the win. I'm going to say Josh Allen and the Bills bounce back from that loss to the Ravens, that embarrassing loss. They're going to win. Speaking of which, Ravens at Bengals. Bengals season is on the line in this one. They're 1-3. I still say the Ravens are going into Cincinnati and winning. Raiders at Broncos. Bo Nix is fucking dog shit, but they keep finding ways to win, and the Raiders are a dumpster fire also. Devontae Adams wants out of Las Vegas. I'm going to say the Broncos are going to win that one at home. Cardinals at 49ers. I like how feisty Kyler Murray's been this year, but I think the 49ers are starting to figure it out. They're going to beat the Cardinals. Giants at Seahawks. Seahawks have to bounce back from their first loss, and they will by kicking the shit out of Daniel Jones. Packers at Rams. That's a tough game for Green Bay. They got to be careful. Rams need a win badly. They're still banged up. I think the Packers are going to bounce back and get the win over the Rams. Cowboys at Steelers. I think the Steelers are going to put the Cowboys in a bad fucking spot. They're going to get that win. Cowboys are going to hang their third loss of the year, and that ain't good for them. Saints at the Chiefs. I think the Derek Carr that we saw the first couple weeks was an aberration. I think the Chiefs are going to win, maybe with a little help from the refs. There you go. That's what's going to happen this week. I'm sorry if I made you mad. I'm sorry if I didn't pick your team. That's just, I see it. I call it. We'll see what happens. Approachable with $2 says, Aaron, I'm so ashamed of you. We all know you ratted on them because they're your competition. They're not my competition. I'm not trafficking humans for the last time. Well, I know, Aaron, you just don't see the colored ones as human. Fauci's Pangolin says it's going to be 34-16 Vikings over the Jets. All right. Who am I to argue? Kloppo Graham says Aaron should set up a steel toe fantasy football league for the show. I haven't done fantasy now for 2 years, and I like it. I like just watching the games and not worrying about my team. I don't mind doing a DraftKings every week, especially when I win. But I don't. Fantasy football, I'm cool. Sam Show says, you're trafficking animals, you sick fuck. It's not what I meant. Guys, thank you very much. It's been so much fun today. Dustin with 199 says, Jets, third best defense in the NFL, fourth in sacks. Meet the Vikings, first in sacks. It's going to be a fun game, but I think we're going to kick the shit out of New York. All right, take it easy, guys. Thanks for knocking out everything this week. You guys are the best. Another win for the toe. A great day. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. for Rumble Link Friday.